You're here. Happy Wednesday, Yasser.
Well, Happy New Year to you and Happy New Year, everyone. Wow, 2025. It came in fast. I'm in St. Louis, where as I look out my office window, it's a blanket of white snow. It looks like a Christmas wonderland here in Missouri.
Yeah, you guys got a lot of snow. I think you have more snow than here in Toronto for sure, because
Really?
there's been very little.
No kidding. I've
Yeah,
somehow in my mind I thought that, we're so much south of yourselves that I thought you guys would be snowed under. It's kind of a funny phenomenon when it snows 10 inches or whatever it's been. Um, it's like the city shut down.
yeah. In places where you're not used to it, as a kid, it's like the best. I've heard of like places where a couple inches of snow and you get a snow day as a kid. Just school, no
Exactly.
school, nothing. It's like, oh, that'd be nice.
Yeah, they just shut down everything. I mean, it's like the club shut down for like 3 days and everything like that. I had been in Phoenix for visiting my mom and sister. It's my Hajj to go their annual pilgrimage to see family and friends, and that was nice. How about you? What you do for your holidays?
I didn't do anything. I did make a
That's my
short little
guy.
trek to New York City for New Year's Eve, but
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, I don't have an annual plan in terms of family, so it varies year
Oh,
by year, and I should have, you know, normally I sometimes play the World Rapid and Blitz, and then sometimes go somewhere warm, and this year I did neither. So
dude, my goodness, my goodness, you've become a streamer.
no, I wasn't. I was no, I would. I think I'll be doing some traveling because it's yeah, like. Our schedule usually lines up where holidays are busier, so I think I'm going to be doing a little bit more traveling. I might visit family this month.
Oh, nice.
Um, and yeah, so like at the end of this month, I might do something like that. So I'll get
Dude,
my
I
son
have it
in.
in I have it in mind. It's like it's just amazing how fast time is zipping by. I have it in my mind. It was actually 2 years ago, maybe today,
Hmm.
that I was in Toronto.
That's right. Yeah, we watched Avatar 2 years ago.
Amazing.
And we need you back.
Well, I think you
You
fell
know
asleep, actually. I mean, I watched Avatar, the way of water.
that
I mean, I appreciate it's 3 hours.
I don't know how you enjoy those movies, but I'm glad you support Canadian cinema, James Cameron. But it was like it reminded me of school or something. Like the storyline was very much felt like some indigenous storylines we studied growing up. But yeah, I was tired. 3 hours. It has to be. There needs to be lots of blood. There needs to be lots of gore.
Right.
Um,
I
The
understand
blue
about the
the blue
political
people didn't
correctness.
stimulate me. I wasn't stimulated by the blue people.
In any case, I still I still have it as my repertoire of jokes of how you took me like literally the first night to Hot Wings.
It
And
wasn't
we
even
got
called hot wings because these aren't hot wings. It's called, yeah, it was a wing place. I just ordered hot wings for you.
and it was like Caligula.
Yes. It was Caligula, named after, yes, Yeah, exactly.
So, so this just on the eve of, coming to Toronto to do, some 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 streaming, talk to the audience. The bras take me out and knock my voice out. I sounded like the guy from now I forgot the movie, Prizzy's Honor.
Yeah, you always say Prizzy's honor, and I had to ask you because you always use this reference that I don't know, and I know some other uncultured people don't know either, but
But the guy's voice in Prizzy's Honor, I was a match.
well, I have bad news for you, Astor. Because you haven't visited in 2 years, that place shut down. Not enough
No
business.
way.
And if you had visited in the last 2 years, if you had had more hot wings, who knows? And I did try to support
No.
when I could, but your absence
Exactly.
has made an impact on the economy here.
I felt the same way. And what about we had a breakfast nook, a breakfast
That place is
restaurant.
still there. Yeah, yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Okay, I got that to look forward to. That was pretty
And
decent.
the
How have
Italian
you
place is good.
been? What have you been doing for 2 years? How you
I
been?
haven't been doing anything. Well, I've seen you before now and then a little bit, but not much, not much.
Dude, I mean, speaking for myself, I've been doing a lot of broadcasting, having a lot of fun with the teams that I've been working with here in St.
Well, you
Louis.
moved to
The
St. Louis. Not everyone knows
Yes,
that still, because they're used to
yes,
seeing you on the screen anyways from St.
right.
Louis.
Yeah. I moved to St. Louis in April of 2023, and I've been essentially here. I do a little domestic travel. I returned to Germany for a world. You played. What the hell?
World team.
Yeah, you
I
had a
had a
team.
team there. I didn't play, but we
You
had a
had a
chessbrah
team.
team. That's right.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. So we
Uh,
were there together. That was fun. And then we had the party after the show, after the event. But basically, for myself, I haven't been writing. I used to write a lot of books. I did about 18 books. I haven't been writing, just been doing the broadcasting. Um, Lots of reading, and that's kind of it. I was absolutely thrilled when chess.com had a competition in S chess,
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and I joined that. And I'm looking forward to more of those competitions and trying to get S chess going. And that's basically my story as well. Lots of controversy in the chess world these days, Eric.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, just when you think there's a break from drama or something, like it comes out of nowhere. Like no matter what the situation is,
Through that.
someone's ready to to do something. Like there's like new new entrants. Like everyone's getting in the ring. Like
Here's
s-
my bid.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Uh, I punched my opponent in the face, but and the tournament director um, fined me $100. I think that was unfair.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. 100. Yeah, so I wanted to well catch up with you anyways, but also
Of
ask.
course.
I haven't really spoken about the chess drama that happened in New York.
Right?
It's funny because a couple of years ago when I went to visit St. Louis and I visited you, it was during the Sinkfield Cup. I came. This was like 2022 before January. I came for a couple of days to visit St. Louis. We went to see some friends, caught up with you, went to a rap concert because
Right.
Logic, who likes chess, was performing. And that, and then I get there, and then all of a sudden, all hell breaks loose. The day I start, like the day I leave, all hell breaks loose with Magnus not showing up and blah blah
Right.
blah. And now, I didn't come to the beginning of the World Rapid and Blitz, but as soon as I get there, it's already a shit show. Like, you
Mm.
know,
I, I,
first
I'm,
day is
I'm,
calm, and then I get there, and I didn't visit the actual place, but I was like, okay, okay,
I'm detecting a trend here, Eric.
paparazzi, yeah.
Something is going
I
on.
would be suited for like a correspondent job for like a news outlet following the chess scene. I'm the guy there.
I've come to realize, Eric, you're bad luck. I mean,
Things have been calm
let,
when I've been near you.
us just state the case emphatically. Uh,
No,
as we get
Yasser
into,
lives in St. Louis, guys. That's what he was just saying. He's moved to St.
yeah,
Louis
St. Louis.
almost 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, when you talk to me, when you just spoke about being a correspondent, it's just it's so funny. It just has to be shared. So a lot of your viewers are doubtlessly rather young and don't remember the World Championship match between Anatoly Karpov and Garry Kasparov from 1985. They're actually their very first match. Um, Prior to that match, it had been very common for World Championship matches to be 24 games. And they had changed the rules to accommodate Bobby Fischer. Bobby Fischer wanted a World Championship match at the first to win 10 games, draws excluded. And the compromise was 6. So in 1985, Garry Kasparov and Anatoly Karpov played a World Championship match and the first to win 6 games. Well, after 48 games, which was double the usual World Championship matches, Karpov led 5 victories to 3. Again, after 48 games of play, and Campomanes, the FIDE the president of the World Chess Federation, aborted the match. He just shut the match down and said, "Screw this, guys. You're going to play a new match with the old rules. End of story." And that was what happened. The match was aborted, but the match lasted 6 months because it went 48 games,
Yep.
adjournments, free days, official timeouts. They were playing in the Hall of Columns, and the Soviet leaders were being buried in the Hall of Columns. I'm not joking. I think 1 or 2 top members of the Politburo died during the match. So the match,
Okay. People are just dying in the audience from it taking too long.
1 week,
This is
1 week of the morning, guy who just passed, and they needed the space so they could bury him in the Hall of Columns where the match was taking place. Anyway, the point was our dear friend, Grandmaster Jonathan Tisdall. He had gone to Moscow from the very start to the very finish as the correspondent for Reuters. And he was sending back all of these reports. So, so he was literally stationed in Reuters for 6 months.
that would
So,
be great for a chess player to have employment for 6 months. It's a
well,
dream. Keep
brilliant. I
going.
mean, he was
Keep going.
he was being very, very well paid. I said, well, what happened? He said, well, the result was I lost my girlfriend, the landlord kicked me out, and I learned Russian.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's life experience. Yeah.
So, so what I'm proposing for you as a correspondence with that reference, with your ability to shake things up in the chess world, Eric, we're going to send you to Tashkent.
Whoa.
We
Whoa.
hope you make it back.
Whoa. I want to pick my spots. I guess I don't have a
Yeah,
choice.
you better pick your spots. Anyway, that's just an incredibly funny story that you go to for a World Chess Championship match and you just don't know what's going to happen. It's sport, and crazy things happen
Yeah, that's a
in
very unique match
sports.
because
Yeah,
you because it took so long and it was 22-year-old Kasparov, like what's fascinating about that match is it almost was a blowout at the start and you just
yes,
see Kasparov improve throughout the match. He actually got stronger, like
correct.
just noticeably stronger. Even and the reason, yeah, part of the reason they paused the match is Karpov had the lead, but there was a lot of draws, and Kasparov is slowly inching back, and but making you can just see by the games that he's developing into yeah, like well, what ends up being a world championship level player very shortly, but
Yeah.
there's a
Well,
learning
well,
curve. It's such a long match; it allows for a learning curve, stability,
right.
assessment, everything, and
Well, Garry Kasparov himself said, again, just
mhm.
to help the audience here a bit, I think it was after 10 games, the match was 4-0 Karpov. And after 31 games, the match was 5-0 Karpov. Along comes game 32. Karpov is winning. Full stop and end of story. If Karpov wins game 32 of that match, the match ends 6-0 Karpov. Now, we think of Magnus today as a GOAT, and prior to Magnus, we kind of thought of Garry Kasparov as the GOAT. Now, to put that in perspective, people forget how strong Anatoly Karpov was. Karpov's leading this match 5-0. 5-zip. 5-zip.
Yeah, with
He's
draws in
beating the,
between, just for people that don't. Yeah, a lot of
yeah,
draws and no losses, 5 wins. Yeah.
exactly. Exactly right. So by the time you get to game 48, with the match now 5-3, Gary gets 3 wins coupled with a lot of draws, and the match is aborted. Gary himself said, prior to the match, I was Kasparov 1.0. After the match, I was Kasparov 2.0 because I got 48 chess lessons for free.
Yep. Yeah, yeah.
I mean, and that's the truth. I mean, Gary Kasparov was forged in fire, and that first match would have challenged any great chess player. 48 games of World Championship. And keep in mind, they played 5 World Championship match games altogether. So Gary would refer to Karpov in a lot of interviews as his perpetual opponent.
Yeah, catching up on history, I find like in modern times probably like there's different like ebbs and flows when it comes to people ranking top players, like different like trends, but I find Karpov in the West often underrated by people who are either new to
Absolutely.
chess or just like looking back on it. Like I think he's like I think he's generally underrated. Unless
Oh,
you have him like pretty much like top five best players or even higher. Like I don't know what you have Karpov as, but like people romanticize some other players, and maybe for some reason Karpov for maybe strong players is in that situation. But when I hear general chess talk, there's other names ahead of him that I would not put above him.
oh, without question. I mean, uh, to my mind, there's actually 4 players: Magnus, Kasparov, Karpov, Fischer, and you got to give Vishy Anand enormous
Yeah.
respect. You got to put him there. Kramnik, who defeated Kasparov, beat him in a short match. Kramnik was incredibly good, but Karpov was most especially underrated, in my opinion, because of the West antipathy against him. Karpov received the title by forfeit. Bobby Fischer in 1975 refused to play a 24-game match. He wanted to play, like I was mentioning, a 10-game match, the first to win 10 games. FIDE didn't agree, offered him 6. He said, "Niet." Um, Karpov was perceived as like this Soviet machine, enjoying the power of the Soviet government behind him and supporting him. And Fischer was idolized. So, so Karpov was in this kind of no-win situation. Oh, you're not the real world champion. The real world champion is Bobby Fischer, and Bobby Fischer would kill you if you guys ever played a match. And there was no Bobby Fischer. There was no Bobby Fischer to play. 20 years go by. In 1992, Bobby replayed against Boris Spassky, but Karpov could not defeat Fischer. There was no chance for him to play. So what Karpov did instead is he just beat the hell out of everybody.
Yeah.
Like, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, no, absolutely. He made
From 70,
everyone was his customer, right?
right, from 75 to 85, this 10-year period, he literally won all the tournaments. He was, and I remember, I think he was like 26, oh, 26-65, 26-75, winning every tournament. I was 26-35 in the world's top 10. And I was one of the very few players to beat Karpov. And I remember the first time I beat Karpov, I got a check from Korchnoi.
Yeah.
Victor Korchnoi wrote me a check for $400 with a personalized note and said, beat him again.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Soften him
it
up.
was
Yeah.
it was like I became a member of the $400 club. And I'm not kidding. From 75 to 85, that $400 club you might need 2 hands to count the number of people who beat him. He was really, really, really strong. Kasparov from 1985, but really it was 19, I'm going to say 19, the, in 1990, really when he shook loose, I want to say, of Karpov, and Karpov began to have a bit of a decline. Then Kasparov was in his element. My God, was he dominant. It was just, holy smokes. We thought it was the second coming of Karpov. And I remember in the tournaments that Gary Kasparov played, we played a lot of tournaments together. There was actually in that period of time two types of tournaments, and only two types of tournaments, Eric. That was a tournament that featured Gary Kasparov, and there were tournaments that didn't have Gary Kasparov. And the two were completely different animals. When Gary Kasparov played, there was news everywhere, television, cameras, reporters, ambassadors of the nations would stop by and say hello, that kind of thing. When Kasparov wasn't at the tournament, you could hear raindrops.
Yeah. No, no, I
Yeah,
mean he was yeah, like the way he won events, playing for a win with both colors and those huge scores, but that's also
fabulous.
another reason like Karpov still maintained some incredible results, right? In the early
Oh,
90s in like
19,
Linares, like
1994, Linares, the greatest group of players the world's ever seen, get together and play. Karpov, who at that time, I'm in the right neighborhood. That Karpov at that time was maybe 60 rating points behind Kasparov
mhm,
by rating. Gary Kasparov was the world's number one. Maybe Anand is between them. Maybe Kramnik is also between them. Maybe Ivanchuk is between them. 1994, Linares comes around. Gary Kasparov goes +4. Fantastic result. Undefeated +4.
is that 13
Gains
rounds back
rating
then?
points. What?
Is it 13 rounds? How many is Linares?
I thought it might have been a double round robin
Oh,
at the time.
yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah. Okay.
14. Okay. Okay.
The guy, the guy gains rating points. He's the world champion. He's clearly number one. He gains rating points for his performance. His TPR is higher than his rating. He gets clear second
Yeah.
because Karpov goes +6.
Yeah.
Topalov might have been between them as well. Karpov came into the event maybe the fourth highest rated player in that tournament, or maybe even the fifth. He takes clear first, undefeated, beats Shirov, beats Topalov,
Yeah, yeah.
beats the world, and the world was in shock, and Gary Kasparov most especially, because Gary was pounding the table for year after year after year, because Gary was one of the most successful tournament players ever, full stop, including many victories at Linares. And Gary kept perpetuating this myth that Linares was the Wimbledon of chess, and that Linares separated the men from the boys. And Halifman, who was the world champion at the FIDE world champion at the time,
99.
played in Linares and got like a -1 score or something like this. And Gary Kasparov lauded him as the best result of his career.
Okay.
It's like, what?
Okay. Okay.
You know? Uh, so Gary kept pushing and elevating Linares to being some kind of like, this is it. This is the golden title. Anatoly snatches the trophy. It's like, oh shit. And and Karpov said something like, okay, Kasparov and I are like equals. Let's just say that I was first between us this month. It was sort of like, ooh. Anyway, I mean, it was close to a 3,000. Maybe it was higher. a 3,000 TPR, tournament performance rating by Karpov. So it was great. And by the way, their rivalry was just simply fantastic. When you think about sports rivalries, whether it be Muhammad Ali versus Joe Frazier, or in the tennis world, they have some fantastic
Tennis has had it
rivalries.
recently. Yeah, like
Yeah.
longer rivalries because players play a bit longer now.
And
But
and they push one another.
yeah,
Maybe you could say in the world of chess, the rivalry between Nepo and Magnus, or maybe between Magnus and Hikaru. Uh, it's those rivalries that bring out the best, maybe the worst in both players, but they push one another to achieve greatness. I mean, I think that the presence of Magnus and Hikaru and Nepo in the world of chess makes all three of them better.
yeah. I find it interesting the names you picked there because if I was to think of Magnus's matches or his rivals, I would kind of think of his match against Fabiano as the example of both
Another
needing to
great name.
play like at a higher level. Some are maybe more sporting, but in terms of pushing, you,
Mhm.
Fabi played at, maybe his best level or near his best at world championship level, and Magnus what like had to win in tie breaks. Like
Agreed.
Fabi's chess sometimes when he's on a roll or playing very well is of that. Like he's to me achieved like it feels like yeah, one of the highest levels ever for not being world champion, and
It,
it
it,
required someone like Magnus for that.
exactly. And also, again, apologies. Vishy uh, has my heart. Vishy too. And I remember very, very vividly in my mind that Vishy lost the world championship match against Magnus and Chennai. And was that 2014, 2013? 2013, I think the contract was signed. 2014 was played. But Vishy lost the match. But the rules at the time allowed the runner-up of the World Championship match to be seeded into the candidates.
Yep.
And Vichy is seated into the candidates. And everybody counted Vichy out. Like, here's this elderly guy, he had his time in the sun. Now the new guy, the new guys, the Sergei Karyakins and others, were going to depose this former five-time world champion. Wrong! She goes undefeated, destroys I mean, just leaves a wreckage behind him. And Vichy, becomes the challenger. Magnus won two world championship matches against Vichy before Vichy said, okay,
Yeah.
that guy is tough.
Yeah. 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 Sochi, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh, so, Magnus currently, it's sort of like, yeah, Fabi was there. Levon Aronian, another very dear to my heart. Levon Aronian was pushing Magnus. I might even ask the viewers a question. Who defeated Magnus Carlsen in classical chess match, not in Fischer Random, because we all know Wesley So defeated Magnus in a Fischer Random World Championship, but who defeated Magnus Carlsen in a regular classical match? Looking. Don't see many names. Do you
Well,
know?
well, I thought there was a couple names. I know of one World Cup or candidate cycle. I think it's 2007 that involves mini matches.
Yeah,
So generally, it's good. It's people that have beat Magnus have been in the World Cups. So
Bu
you and I
Zhengzi.
commentated Bu Shengzi,
Yeah.
Aronian, but I read a news article and it reminded me last week. It's related to what we're going to talk about. Something about Sutovsky saying that Magnus has always held hostility towards him because he beat him 2-0 when Magnus was a kid. So I think Sutovsky maybe in a World Cup for some two gauges because I read that. I was like giggling when I read that. So when Magnus was like 16, 17, still very strong,
Yeah.
2007, 2008, there was the candidates matches in Kazan. I
Yes.
think he beat Rublevsky and then he lost to. I don't know. It's like Kazan had
Yes.
one. There was one
He
cycle there.
he
Um,
lost to Levon Aronian.
yeah, he beat maybe Rublevsky, Grishuk, and maybe lost to Aronian. It was
Yes.
something like
Y-
that.
Yes. So it was actually Levon. And of course, you're right. The mini matches in the World Cup. Uh,
Libya 2004. I think Magnus might have played because he would have been 13 and a GM.
yeah.
Maybe that was his first. I could be wrong.
But Levon Aronian at one time was like Fabiana, world's number two ranked player in the world. And not only was Levon pushing, I want to say, the number two ranking in the world, he did it beautifully.
Yeah,
Oh my goodness. The creativity. I mean, it's an overused expression, but the genius of Levon, there was a period there when it was just like he was on a different different level. It was like at his prime, Vasily Ivanchuk, he just confounded the chess world. I mean, confounded me, I want to say as well, is like how did he discover these moves? What train of thought led him to making these types of moves? And for me, Levon was uh, just a chess genius. I mean, still is, don't get me wrong, but when he was number two in pressing Magnus, I was like, I'd love to see a match between those two guys.
no, absolutely because he was a solid number two for a while and just played very ambitiously with both colors. I mean, back then,
Fantastic.
the Marshall Gambit, players were walking into it or testing it, and Levon was, maybe the main guy, one of the most ambitious players with it, and just with White,
Yeah,
just super creative, coming up with all these ideas.
absolutely.
Winning Olympic golds uh, is a remarkable achievement. Like
Mhm.
it's a team achievement, but Armenia is a very small country playing
Yeah,
against juggernauts, and that's like you know, kind of like in the Basketball Hall of Fame or something. They look at your all your achievements, not just in the NBA. Well, the Olympiad golds are worth a lot in chess, especially if you're not from like the Soviet Union during that one period or something. Like it's like
exactly.
well, even making the Soviet team usually meant you were like top 10 in the world, so you were higher. But yeah, it was yeah no there's definitely that period where Levon was like 28, 30 and just trying to beat everyone. Just
Yeah,
trying to beat
exactly.
everyone. Yeah.
By the way, just when you talk about the Soviet teams, I just got to share this with our audience. This was like really funny. How
Hmm.
good was the Soviet team? How good was the Soviet team? My first Olympiad, Malta, 1980. Um, I was board two for the US behind Lev Albert. I was board two. And the second reserve, in those days, it was a six-member team. You played four and you had two reserve. The second reserve was Gary Kasparov.
Second reserve. The guy at the end of the bench that that has like clothing over his jersey. He's not even like ready to go in. He's just a water boy. Is Gary Kasparov.
Could you imagine being the coach, the team captain of that team? Let me see. Who do I want to beat 4-0 today?
But
We'll bring in the
it must
water
have been
boy.
interesting back then, though, before the internet, before like information is readily available. That who would, what was the intel? I'd ask you, 1980 Malta.
Yeah.
You guys are looking at your competitors, Soviet Union. What's the intel on this guy who's a second reserve on Kasparov? Because he would have been 18. I think he maybe won World Under 18.
Yeah. World Junior. There was
World
no
Junior. Yeah, yeah, World Junior.
yeah, that was under 21. So I had won the World Junior in 1979, and he comes in maybe in 81, but where people knew Gary Kasparov. The intel
Mm.
was good. There was no internet, but his results were literally sensational. And there was one particular event in Yugoslavia. Um, I'll think of the name of the city in a moment.
Wasn't Banja Luka or whatever.
Banja
It
Luka.
was Banja. Okay,
It
okay,
was, but
okay.
thank you very much.
You're
Banja
welcome.
Luka. Yeah, you've
I've been reading up a little
been
bit. No, I
there.
haven't been there. I've just,
Yeah, and
yeah.
essentially people looked at this list of competitors, you got like, I don't know, Petrosian, Spassky, Polygaevsky, Lajos Portish. It's just an amazing list of guys, most of whom are in the top 15 in the world. And there's a guy down there with like a 2,500 provisional rating. Like, he's like, what's he doing there? He's completely miscast. And that was Gary Kasparov. And essentially, Kasparov won the tournament. Like, it was like somebody, like a clerical error. We hereby invite you to this event. And Gary said, I like to play. The funny thing is about that tournament in Banja Luka was I had visited and Gary and I had gone. We had gone to see a martial arts kung fu movie together. So that's a long story. Let's not go there. It was a very funny story, by the way.
I like
But
stories. But yeah, keep
yeah,
going as always.
it was really, really, really good. And I really went there to because I was a little pissed off, frankly. So I went there to kind of chide Gary. And Gary said, "Look, man, you're absolutely right. What was my problem? What was my beef? Well, my beef was I had gotten a sponsor, Bill Church, of Church's Fried Chicken fame, and Bill Church was willing to sponsor a match between Gary and I. We're like these two young, promising players, blah blah blah. So, East versus West, Soviet Union, America. We're not we're not rehashing Fisher Spassky or any of that, but we're doing our best to promote a match. And the money's pretty good. In fact, by my standards, the money was great. I'm thinking it was 10,000 bucks. I mean, keeping in mind that the first place in the US championships was 6,000 to play a match of two, and it was like first place in the US championships was 6,000, and I believe it was a 16-player field, eight prizes only. So to play a match of two players for 10,000 bucks, that was pretty damn good. I mean, and I really wanted to play Gary. Anyway, long story short, we had sent to the Soviet Chess Federation an invitation. We hereby challenge Gary Kasparov, send your boy over. And Gary played in Banja Luka, and we didn't play the match. Long story short, we didn't play the match. So I went to Banja Luka and said, Gary, like, this would have been pretty
Yeah.
nice. Like, come on. I mean,
Yeah.
why didn't you accept? Okay, so you really have to go back in your mind and think about this. In 1980, essentially, Moscow would host the Olympics. The US would boycott those Olympics. In 1984, the United States hosted the Olympics in Los Angeles. The Soviet Union would boycott those Olympics. Why did Jimmy Carter boycott Moscow? Because in 1979, the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan. So relations between the Soviet Union and the United States were dreadful. And according to Gary, who I'm now speaking to in Banja Luka, why didn't you accept the match and come and play? He said, yes, sir. In those days, we were very, very restricted with our exit visas. The Soviet Chess Federation, like very, very carefully and zealously, passed one exit visa, one exit visa. And Karpov got a lot of the sportsman's visas. So essentially, what Kasparov said to me is I had a choice. I could play you in a match, just I go to America, we play 10 games. I don't know how many games it was. I have to check my files. We play 10 games, or I could play this breakthrough event here in Banja Luka, where, I get to play, every player's name under the sun. And I stopped and thought about that for a minute, kind of regretfully, Gary, you made the right choice.
Yeah. Yeah.
What can I say? I mean, you're given just one event a year that you could play. I mean, he was very, very active, of course, but it goes to show, like just in those days, the Soviet Union was very, very restrictive of people traveling overseas. And I mean, when I was speaking with Victor Korchnoi about his experiences, it was rare, if ever, a sportsman was ever allowed to travel with their wife. The wife always stayed at home.
They
It's
would
like,
send some agents instead, some personnel.
correct.
No distractions.
No distractions. But we're getting way, way off subject, because when you reached out to me, you wanted to talk about the scandals of today and what's going on. So
Well, I
take it
like
on.
hearing. I could keep you on for hours. It's hard to catch you these days. I like these. I like hearing all these things.
Right.
We can maybe even talk about them another time. But I was curious about your take on current events.
Sure.
But I do like that. I mean, I'm not going to say no to these past things either.
Yeah, no, it's fun
Because
walking down
yeah,
memory lane. And here in St. Louis, I want to say Gary comes more or less, let's just say 20 days a year, which is quite a lot over the course of a year, 20 days that he comes into town. And I really like it when he's in town. We kind of have these uh, walk down memory lanes. And one of the things about Gary, by the way, is just absolutely extraordinary is his recall, his memory of games. Like scary good. I mean, just like, oh my God. I mean, like, are you kidding me? I just give a quick demonstration before we do get to the topic at hand. Uh, he had come on one of the broadcasts, blah blah blah, telling his wonderful, wonderful anecdotes and stories, and he explains that over a 10-year period. Let me repeat myself. Over a 10-year period, according to Gary Kasparov, he won every tournament he played in, except one. And it was on Linares. And the person who pipped him at the winning post was none other than our dear friend Vasil Ivanchuk. Gary recounts to us, the audience, that with 3 rounds remaining, he and Vasil are tied together. That he scores 2.5 points, expects that he is first. Vasily wins 3, and so Gary's second. And he explains, Gary does, who he won against, who he drew, and who he won against. But he also explains who Vasily played in the last 3 rounds. Now, it's one thing, Eric, for you to tell me about your tournament victory in an Olympiad and who you played in the last round to win the gold medal against. Bravo. But it's extraordinary for you to be able to tell me who was your closest rival, who they faced in the
Yep.
last round,
Everything about them.
and to do that for 3 rounds. I mean, it's like, how do you your mind can only retain so much. How do you remember this stuff? And Kasparov, has an extraordinary, extraordinary recall. Anyway, let's jump in. We'll start off with Jeansgate, shall we?
Yeah, yeah. So World Rapid and Blitz, New York, couple days in,
Yeah.
the
Uh,
cracks
I
start
of
to appear.
I of course was in Phoenix, as I mentioned earlier, enjoying watching from afar. So really, everything I say, I have no inside knowledge. I mean, I have a lot of friends who played in New York, and they're they're due to give me their reports on their performances as soon as I get to interrogate them. I'll have some insights, insider insights, but I have no insider insights as far as this conversation is concerned. So, first of all, the Jeansgate. Like, okay, so there I am. Of course, I'm following Fabi. Of course, I'm following Magnus. Of course, I'm following, the top matches and uh, Hans Niemann. I want to see how he's doing. So I'm very, very excited. And there's just this moment, man. I can't find Magnus's game. It's like, what? He's always on board one. So, I mean, I can't find the game. And then later, of course, I discovered that he had withdrawn from the tournament. So, first of all, in my very, very, very long history, there's been animus, if you prefer, between organizers and players, and most especially between federations and top players. I had horrible relations with my federation when I was at my peaks, and I think Gary Kasparov also had horrible relations with his sports federation. Uh, Oftentimes, the players in FIDE are on loggerheads. Bobby Fischer, for example, and FIDE have had their clashes. Bobby Fischer clashed as well with the United States Chess Federation. I have always been on the side of the players. Full stop, end of story. So I always side with the players first. That's my knee-jerk reaction. And then I see that Magnus has been kicked out of the tournament because he's wore jeans, which forcibly reminded me of the event in Georgia, where I believe it was a Canadian who got kicked out of the tournament by Asmai Parashvili for wearing shorts.
Yeah, Anton Kovalov. Yeah.
Exactly. Now, I thought that was an egregious, outrageous thing that Asmai did, and he did it in a rather brutal manner, accusing him of dressing like a gypsy. Other, shall we say, racist, taunting. Anyway, the guy just, man, he goes up, he packs a suitcase, he's out the door. He had just beaten Vishy
Vishy,
Anand in a
no, this
moment.
was a really impressive World Cup run.
Right. I
You
mean, it was
know,
unbelievable. And the guy just forfeits and leaves behind, I don't care, $10,000. Doesn't hesitate, says, I'm not putting up with that crap, and out he goes. So
so he left by
I
protest, like he was maybe threatened to be kicked out and called a name, and he's like, I'm not, you know.
I was totally on the player side. End of story. So I've always been on the player side. And in this case, again, I mean, I just think this, I mean, egregious behavior. So the guy has been playing in jeans since the start of the day. There's one game remaining. People now are noticing that he's in jeans. They go, hey, man, we got a dress code. As arbiter, what are you going to do? You're going to wait until the end of the game, the day is closed, and say, hey, Magnus, just want to give you a reminder. The reminder is you can't wear jeans. Could you bring your slacks? Could you wear slacks tomorrow? I mean, it's the simplest thing in the world. Arbiter says, you're getting fined, and I want you to go right now and change your jeans. Next thing you know, he's out of the tournament. Okay. So I thought in that particular case, again, just a bad decision by FIDE. The bad decision. End of story. Wait until the day is over. Tell the guy to change his jeans. I think it would have been just absolutely trivial, easy. Of course, this had nothing to do with genes. They, FIDE and Magnus have not been on the same page for a long time. Magnus obviously doesn't forfeited, abdicated, if you will, his world championship, classical world championship title. So they've been at loggerheads for quite some time. This is just one in a long series of upsets that Magnus has had with the FIDE. I get that. I get that. But it's like a trivial point, but let's stop for a moment and distance ourselves from what happened. And let me just remind everybody who I am. I'm a chess fan. Seriously, I love chess. And man, do I like watching Magnus play. And I love watching Fabi play. And I love watching Hikaru play. I love watching the top players play. When they clash, number one versus number two, man, I'm right there. And when Arjun and Prague and Gukesh get together, wow, I'm a chess fan. So I really want to see Magnus playing. And when Magnus walks out of a tournament, I just feel hollowed. It's like, tournament gets ruined. And then I was told he's not just withdrawn from the Rapid, he's withdrawn from the Blitz. I know very well personally that Magnus loves to play Blitz chess. Wild horses couldn't drag Magnus away from a
Mm.
Blitz championship because he loves to play Blitz. So he was really, really pissed off. End of story. So it's like, oh man, not only did he withdraw from the Rapids, he's withdrawn from the Blitz. This really sucks. Man, I was so downbeat when I got that. I really sorrowful. Again, I'm a chess fan. I love chess, and to see this happening, I didn't like it. Okay, now that I get to say something really fantastic. I think personally, Arkady Dorkovich, the president of FIDE, has been absolutely outstanding. I mean, just personally speaking, for myself, and again, I'm not a top grandmaster today, I would have loved that guy instead of Campomanes or Kersen. I mean, I think Arkady has done a great job. And if on a scale of 10 stars, I'd give him 9.
Oh,
So somewhere in that free day, Magnus had been contracted to play against sponsors. So the guy's just left the tournament, and now he's, for his appearance fee or for whatever
yeah.
reasons, Arkady has got to convince that, hey man, fulfill your contractual obligations, play against these sponsors, this exhibition thing. And can we talk about maybe the Blitz? Long story short, Arkady convinces Magnus to play. The whole gene scandal, forget about it. Magnus says, I'll play, but only in jeans. Arkady, you got it. I think all the spectators showed up in jeans, by the way,
Yeah.
just as a
Protest.
way of protest. I loved it. I absolutely, absolutely loved it. As a chess fan, I was elated that Magnus was back in the Blitz. Woohoo! And what a Blitz tournament it turned
Yeah.
out to be. Hell of a Blitz tournament. I mean, seriously, not a joke. Congratulations to all of the
But we can
guys who
talk about the
finished.
Blitz finish after.
Yeah. All the guys who finished got into those those match playoffs. I mean, Hans Niemann taking a lead in the match against Magnus. Come on, this is just, I mean, it's great. It's great. And then comes the finals. An amazing, amazing match. I mean, Nepo is down 2-zip.
Do you want to talk about
2-zip.
the genes or go straight to this?
Go straight to this.
Okay.
2-zip. The guy's down 2-zip. He has to win on demand with the white pieces against Magnus. Not so easy. He does. Now he's got to win on demand with the black pieces against Magnus. He does. Fantastic. Wow. Just great shit. Great, great stuff. 3 games of tie breaks. Great, great, great. I don't know the rules. I'm expecting an Armageddon. I don't know what I'm expecting, but ready for that 8th game. No 8th game. What the heck? The rules clearly were, that you've got to play, to a finish, and
Yeah,
we're
sudden
going to
death.
have a
Mm-hmm.
champion and a runner-up, or champion in the second. Okay. Magnus had proposed, let's be co-champions. Nepo agrees, both players violating their contractual obligations. And this is very important. Arkady okays the decision. Arkady, the FIDE president, okays the player's decision. Okay. And Campo Magnus comes into the press conference, says something like, I know a lot of fans are going to be unhappy. It is what it is. End of story. Nice. Applause. Out they go. Now, I started the whole conversation by saying I'm always on the side of the players, and that will be true today, tomorrow, and the next day. But this felt wrong. This felt wrong. Both Nepo and Magnus, in my opinion, played hell of a blitz tournament. Both are incredibly deserving of being co-champions. They get no argument from me on that spot. But as a sports fan, not a chess fan, but as a sports fan who have watched incredible performances, 5th game, 5-set tiebreakers in the World Tennis Championship matches where, I find myself rooting for both guys, right?
Yeah.
I find myself saying, these guys are unbelievable performances. And I have this idea that, in the 5th set of a tie-breaking match that just is going on endlessly, and both guys are changing their shirts after each game and drinking drinking water by the bucket. One guy looks across and says, let's call it a draw, right? And I'm sitting there saying, I don't want either guy to lose. But as a sports fan, I'm like, dude, you can't do that. You can't call it a draw. I mean, the umpire is going to forfeit you, but is the umpire going to forfeit you both players? I don't know. I mean, it's just kind of out of the realm of consideration. So here I am, very, very, very supportive of Magnus, very supportive of co-champions, but I don't think any other 2 players in that group of people who qualified would do what Magnus did. I mean, he's the GOAT. He's the greatest of all times. And I think he kind of leveraged his position as the GOAT to make an unprecedented offer that is against the rules. And I don't think any other player, would have made that offer and it would have been approved. I don't think Ju Wenjun in her championship game would have gotten away with it. Now you can give me your feedback, because now you got everything from Jeans to, co-champions. So you can see how I felt that FIDE was wrong with the jeans controversy, which, by the way, went global. It was amazing how many articles were
You
printed
can
about
make
the
some funny
jeans.
headlines out of it, like best chess player in the world kicked out for wearing jeans.
Yes, exactly.
Like it's
And
just we're waiting to be printed.
I think the Russian foreign minister Lazov said something like, "I don't understand it. If Magnus can get kicked out for wearing jeans, how come Zelensky can't get kicked out for his dress code?" You know, the guy's in fatigues, you know,
Yeah,
in
yeah, yeah.
army fatigues, you know. And I mean, it went global. And then when Magnus was back in, you know, Magnus returns. It's fantastic. And then they they made an agreement to stop the match at a time when the interest in the match has to be at its peak. I mean, if you're a chess fan and you watch these guys play 7 fantastic blitz games, all the marbles, new tiebreak game, let's go, and match
Yeah.
over. Sort of like what I just got the popcorn.
Well, it's the whole point
So
of the format.
yeah, it's precisely. You just said it incredibly well. The whole point of the change, this was a new rules change for the Blitz. In the past, it just had been the Swiss, right? But the whole point of the format was to bring it down to 2 players and they're playing a match and players are being eliminated. Uh, the whole point of the format was to create a clear champion. By the way, you heard me complimenting Arkady Djorkovic for the decisions in New York. But I'd also like to point out one other decision that he made, which was very controversial at the time. The Olympics, pandemic, COVID, were played online. I believe it was the Indians who lost internet connection. They're playing for gold medal against Russia. And Arkady declared the match drawn because of the internet thing. And both Russia and India shared the gold medal. And he got enormous amount of flack for that decision. I agree. I think he made an insightful, brilliant decision. That's his history, of course. And that's one of the reasons why I say I think Dorkovich has been incredibly good for chess and FIDE. And I think he's a person that you can simply talk to. So for me, it's really, really tragic when I think about the FIDE today with 2 of the greatest players of all times not playing in the World Championship cycle. And of course, I'm talking about Magnus and Ho Yu Ho Yifang. uh, sorry, the
Oh,
uh,
Ho Yifan, right? Isn't that
yeah,
yeah,
the Chinese lady
yeah.
who is clearly after
Judith.
Judith
Yeah,
Polgar, the greatest female player ever.
yeah.
Like, come
Not even
on,
close. Yeah, yeah,
it's not
yeah,
even close.
yeah.
I mean, she's great. She's not playing in the Women's World Championship. Why? Because she doesn't like the FIDE rules. Why isn't Magnus playing in the World Championship? He doesn't like the FIDE rules. So here, 2 of the greatest players of the game are not playing in the FIDE World Championships, and we've got a president who's incredibly approachable. He's not authoritarian. He's looking for compromises and how to promote chess. I give him a lot of credit. So I just find it impossible to think something's gone wrong. And I think it's because Orkovich has basically said, look, let's make this world championship committee and you guys sort it out. Uh, I'll approve whatever you come up with, but I don't want to have a conflict because there's so many Russian players who are in this cycle. And of course, he's Russian. So he doesn't want to be charged with anything that, you know, is even close to being supportive of Russian players. So he just says, okay, I'm going to hand this authority over to you, this committee, and the committee comes up with rules that ends up being abandoned by two of our greatest players. So there is this angst, and it's always been there from Bobby Fischer and well before Bobby Fischer too. I mean, you could go back to the game, the days of Botvinnik, where there's always been a clash between the top players and the chess authorities, if you will. And right now, today, we're living in a golden age where this should not be happening. I think Magnus is a very rational person. I think Ho Yifan is a very, very rational person, and Arkady is as well. So, you know, sit down together, resolve this. I'm a chess fan. I want to see the world's best players, right? Okay, hit me with your perspectives.
Well, yeah, first, well, no, that was all really good. I mean, I'll start with the
And by the
Jeansgate.
way, as you're
Yeah,
talking and you're going to
yeah.
hit me with your perspectives, I'm going to go get a coffee. I won't listen to anything you're about
So
to
get your
say.
coffee. Go grab your coffee, dude.
No. Make a commercial. I'll be right back.
Okay. Wait, Yasser said make a commercial. Now, a commercial is very specific. So what that means, ladies and gentlemen, is I have to give you a commercial. And I think what that's going to be is Factor. This month, we're working with Factor for the US customers here to give you a promo code to save money off ready-made meals so you don't have to cook. You type in !Factor. We got 8 signups, but we'd like to get a few more before the campaign finishes to tell them we have good viewers. But you get 50% off, you get some wellness shots. You're cooking at home, you're Hungarian, you're not eligible. Moving with Matt says, does this help us get ripped like me? Yes, it does, Matt. Yes, peak condition physically. Bodies are built in the kitchen. And with Factor, you too can be built like a chess grandmaster. But yes, !Factor, that's who we're working with right now. You sign up, let me know. Big help for us. There are some Americans in here that haven't tried it out. And I know some of you guys don't like to cook. And you can get healthy meals. You can get, vegan, no carbs, whatever you want. Protein heavy. So check that out. And yeah, thank you. Just fast, nutritious meals. You just put them in the microwave and you're good to go. Just takes a couple of minutes, delivered straight to your door. So I'm looking at you. Who am I looking at? Venus, although she likes to cook. US customers only. Anyone with a US address. Tim has not signed up this campaign. We're looking to get Tim on board. That'll make Yasser happy, Tim. Tim Cannon 25. What's up, Matt? It's the only one we have right now. Only ad I can sell you. Watson's in the Cayman Islands, so you can't do it. Guppy can get it. New address. Yasser likes to cook.
Okay.
So,
Replenish,
well, I was
refortify.
trying to sell an advertisement. We're working with Factor. Yeah, so if you want some microwavable meals, cooked, ready to be microwaved, I can
I
send them
need,
over to you. We're working with
I'm in
Factor.
need.
It's
I'm
like
in need.
it's like a HelloFresh partner. It's like that. If you're looking, Yasser, I can get some food over to you.
Fantastic. These days I'm a bachelor, so ready to go.
Okay, okay, okay.
Works fantastic. So what are my discounts? I
50
gotta
per,
sign up.
50% off your first week of deliveries, and you get some wellness shots.
Wellness shots. That
Yeah,
sounds
just a
intriguing.
little liquid shot, and boom, you're good to go. Some nutrients.
Dang. Boy, I can tell you,
It's a good deal. I think for the first week, it's usually like 6 or 8 meals for about $7 each. So you get like it's fifty
that's
percent
very,
off. It is, and it's cooked. It's
very
cooked. It's not
reasonable.
like frozen.
Wow, that sounds very reasonable. I remember I had a lady friend who was in the Jenny Craig, and she absolutely loved it. She needed to be on this diet for her training and everything, and it was ideal for her schedule. Um, I never got into that Jenny Craig myself because the term diet just scared me.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
I was undisciplined.
it's not just you, Yasser. You're over in the U.S. where everyone's on Ozempic. They're skipping the Jenny Craig or cutting with food and just straight to the Ozempic.
Exactly, exactly. Boy. Okay, so you got to share with me your reaction to Jeansgate, and then we can move to the uh, the finals.
Yeah, for me, I didn't play this here in New York, and usually I try to play if it's close by. I've played a few World Rapid and Blitzes, but in 2022 we went to Kazakhstan, and I didn't make a big deal out of it at the time, but I was almost kicked out of the tournament for wearing what they interpreted as jeans,
Really?
and the FIDE officials were coming up to me, and it got to a point where during later that day is like, if you don't change now, then you're gonna be forfeited.
Dang.
I was protesting a little bit, and the other player that was particularly in trouble, I was doing okay on one of the days. So near the top boards, I'd played Magnus and whatnot on some of the higher boards. But like Nepo was wearing like a t-shirt with I think maybe a gaming, maybe a Dota t-shirt, some t-shirt. And they were getting mad at him as well, but he was still playing, and I was like, well, like I was waiting to see, what's going on, but
With him.
um, at some point, I had to go change during the tournament, during the round. So I ran to my hotel, uh, changed, came back late to my game. Let's say I was missed half my clock, out of
Jesus.
breath. Um, First of all, it wasn't like the jeans I had were nice jeans. Like they're a different material and they're supposed to look normal. But okay, let's just say that's the rule. I had an issue with it from the beginning because there was lots of people violating the dress code in the tournament. There
Right.
were players that weren't wearing proper shoes. There were players that were wearing jeans on the lower, like in the lower boards. Like, so to me, it was like I was like pretty pissed off, and I did change. And I did, yeah, I ran to my hotel, which was pretty unpleasant in between rounds. But okay, I mean, okay, that's that. But yeah, I was definitely like, it didn't. I wasn't happy because I was looking around and there's lots of players violating it, but I'm
Hmm.
not really trying to like tell them about other players. The
Right.
point, the issue I have is like, first of all, the World Rapid and Blitz is a tournament. First of all, it's a Rapid and Blitz tournament. So, okay, people dressing comfortably, I understand. I wasn't dressed super comfortably, but anyways.
Hmm.
Secondly, like players are paying to be there. It's not like an event you're getting paid, you're signing a contract. Like it's
Right.
just most players are just losing money and playing this event, which
Absolutely.
is already like to me not a very good ecosystem for professional chess. That the vast
Agreed.
majority of players are losing thousands of dollars, losing their holidays to play in this event. It's just not a good ecosystem. It's not healthy. I don't even think that's a good format because it's not like there's a huge upside. It's not like, oh, there's a chance to win $1 million or 10 million like the World Series of Poker theoretically. That's not
Right.
happening in chess. It's not like
Clear.
um but then to me it's like, I've issues, multiple issues on that sense. Then I'm like, okay, do I understand about dressing well to attract sponsors? Yeah, like the goals, like, just if you want, the point of the rules is that people are just dressed well, like presentable.
Mhm.
Then like there needs to be a bit of room for interpretation, like that it should, the solution, if the goal of the rule is to like attract that, like there should be that lens of understanding. So if
Right.
someone's got like, you know, b- they're wearing a t-shirt with big labels on it. Well, maybe you're like, hey, like we have sponsors and that could clash with potential sponsors because that's like potentially an advertisement. Like you can just have that in the regulations. It makes sense. But I mean, the point of it is that you want people to be able to play. If you want them to be reasonably dressed, that's okay. But to me, there was lots, like, it was just not enforced equally.
Hmm.
Also, it's not really enforced in a way that really makes sense for Rapid and Blitz. And then the solution of forfeiting people, I have an issue with. If
Of
you want to
course.
fine players, I would have been okay with a fine than rather like being threatened with a forfeit. Fine players, maybe that money goes towards the prize fund or towards other players or something like that.
Right.
But having the rules, I have an issue with. But okay, I signed up to play the tournament. The enforcement, I have an issue with, and like the spirit of the rule, because it's like you want players to play, so you can find ways to warn or punish players without this like idea of like forfeiting or ruining the integrity of a tournament. Like
Right.
there's so many things to me that would be more optimal in that case. And again, the rules were not enforced equally, so
Right.
I was pissed off. So that was one of the reasons I didn't play this year, is I had a very like bad taste in my mouth. Like I was well dressed in Kazakhstan, like totally well dressed. I know what sponsors are looking for. Like I'm in the business of working with sponsors in the realm of
Sure.
chess. So I don't know, like it feels a bit old fashioned to me. It's not classical chess either. Um, but okay, again, we all signed up to play the tournament. 2024 people signed up to play the tournament. The goal is you want people to be able to play. You don't want the tournament like just to be questioned. So do everything but threaten to kick people out of the tournament or forfeit them. It can be fine. There's other ways that everyone is more okay with.
Hmm.
That it just like I just find it so old fashioned. And again, like it was not. I yeah. I didn't enjoy spending thousands of dollars over my holiday to like have these like unclear rules being enforced to me in Kazakhstan.
Seriously, you're preaching to the choir, completely from A to Z. Everything you said was, double exclamation mark, right in accordance with my self. Uh, Here in the United States, we may be very happy about the Sinkfield Cup and other elite tournaments, but by far, the most number of tournaments and events are open Swiss, and they don't have a dress code. I mean, it would be ridiculous for Bill Gorchberg or any of the big organizers, Al Loshoff, in their tournaments to say, you got to come with a suit and tie. Um, as you said, you're paying your own way. The ecosystem is not professional uh, uh, for the participants. 50, 100 players more lose money at the event. Being told that you could be forfeited for wearing the wrong clothes, that kind of sticks in my craw. That's wrong. Um, Now, having said that, I'm a big fan of snooker. I absolutely love the game. I only played it once in my whole life, but I absolutely am a big fan, a big snooker fan. And Ronnie the Rocket O'Sullivan is just a marvel. Anyway, I admire them. They're very well dressed, they've got the tuxedo kind of look, like they got all of these banners. They look like sports car racers with all of the brands that they wear. Uh, it's very, very tastefully done. And, I look forward to the time that chess will do something similar. But as long as you're paying your own way, you're paying your own freight, I think, the dress code is something else. Now, here, comparing that for a moment with the US Championship, the US Championships today The ecosystem is very player friendly. Thank you for asking. There's prizes for every player. The player's expenses here in the United States are being paid for. Not true of many, many countries. So the players are contractually obligated and signed not to wear tennis shoes or t-shirts or jeans. I think you're actually allowed to wear jeans if they look good. You
Yeah,
don't want to
I
wear a
yeah.
pair of well-worn jeans with holes. I mean, essentially just dress shoes, slacks, overcoat, not necessarily a tie, but you can take off your overcoat, your suit jacket if you want, no problem. And again, if you're getting paid, your first prize in the US Championship might be $50,000. Last prize in the US Championship might be $5,000. You're guaranteed a prize. Then I think compliance with that is fine. Now, to your point, if I was an organizer of the Blitz Championship, and what you just said about the ecosystem is right on, I would say something to the effect that, look, if you dress according to the code that we want you to, we'll give you $500 each and every day that you dress accordingly. You don't want to dress accordingly, we won't give you $500. So that is for for the players an absolute dead last, right?
Hmm.
So then the guy's thinking, well, geez, that's interesting. There's 5 days of play. That's
Yeah.
2,500. My flight is 2,000. My hotel is 1,000. I'm going to lose money, but at least I'm not going to lose as badly as, and I'll take a pair of slacks with me. So there are ways around that. But when you're in a situation where the ecosystem is not beneficial to the majority of the players, trying to enforce a dress code is just bad, wrong-headed. In my career, I've tried to dress well, end of story, but I remember one particular tournament. Oh my goodness. It was what we called in those days the interzonals. So these were events that got you qualified into the candidates. And there was an absolutely wonderful place, Biel, Switzerland. Really, if you've never visited Biel, do yourself a solid. Go and take a holiday to Biel, Switzerland. Lake Biel is just absolutely gorgeous. Uh, everything great. So there I am in Biel, Switzerland, in the height of summer, let's call it July. Uh, Gorgeous natural beautiful. My hotel room is decent, nothing to say about that. And we were playing in something, I'm gonna say it was like the Palace Sports Convention Plaza. It was a convention center. Beale was having record highs, let's just say 95 degrees Fahrenheit, call it 36 Celsius, somewhere in that neighborhood.
Hmm.
No AC, no air conditioning. The tournament hall, we're on a stage. The top players are on the stage. Very big stage, no problem with the physical layout. I had a nice table. But there's like 500, 700 amateurs playing in the auditorium beneath us. It's an enclosed area, no AC, 95 degrees outside, and inside the playing hall is like 120. People are breathing.
Yeah.
Nigel Short comes wearing shorts, let's say tennis shorts, to the game. Campamanis hits the roof and says, your shorts. And Nigel looks at him and he says, look, I'm happy to wear a suit and tie, but I can't do it in a sauna. And
Yeah.
Campamanis is looking around
Yeah.
and seeing all of these people drenched. And I mean drenched. I remember I was playing against Alexei Shirov, and I kid you not, it was one of those disastrous games that went like, I don't care, 7 hours. It was, no, seriously, it was a very, very long game with the Germans and blah, 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 blah. don't want to get into all the details, but I literally at the board was seeing stars. It was the closest I ever came to passing out. That's why it
No, that's
made such
so
a
unpleasant.
powerful impression on me. So, think about, the physical playing hall and imagine you had a dress code that insisted the players played it in suit and tie with a 120-degree playing hall. No, no, just no. So you have to have flexibility and tolerance. And everything you said, I totally agree with. By the way, I didn't know, you didn't tell me about that. That would have stuck in about your
Oh
experiences and
yeah, I was
that
I
would have
was
stuck in my
really I
thought.
was really pissed off
I can
because I do try to
imagine.
dress well when I play and I was well dressed, but it was just like, what am I doing spending my holidays here? Like this is some interpretation of what I'm wearing and like talking to me like it was just I mean to me FIDE's responsibility like what they're trying to do they, promote chess, run the world championship with integrity, trying to attract sponsors or things like that, and I just don't see it done and it's not enforced. I mean some things have been done properly, but this is like some archaic thing that uh isn't benefiting the players, or it's not like I'm not saying if we talk about Jeansgate specifically it's Magnus, right? It's not like we're gonna have an argument that taking Magnus out of the event is because he's wearing jeans is gonna help with sponsorship. Because like, is the point of the rule because we need a hardline rule on no jeans because there's more money as a result? Well, it doesn't go to the players, and we know for sure Magnus is the main draw. So certainly
Absolutely.
that makes no sense. And just like coming up with solutions like that are just good for the game, and absolutely not. So it's not about one player being above the rules. So I'm
In
okay
this
with
particular
in this
case as a
case.
team. Yeah.
Although I saw other players, he wasn't the only one wearing what could be jeans. Like and it was like that in Kazakhstan as well. Um, but like, yeah, if you really need to do it, fine, or do something like that. Like, it's when some people are arguing, yeah, he can go change in between games. Like, I did that. I was sweating buckets. I was late for my game, and it's not something you want to do on
No.
your day of competing. The World Blitzen Rapid is actually kind of an annoying tournament because you have a long time between games. That's
Right.
like, and you have nothing to do.
Right.
So if we want to speak about something that players have complained about before, was that in the past Magnus had his own box at some World Rapid and Blitz events, a resting area.
Right.
Just think of it as a nice locker room. And if you speak to players, that's a huge thing because there's no space, no opportunity to like reset between
Hmm.
games. So having your own really nice thing, well, like that's what everyone would like to have after a
That's
game.
huge.
You're upset, you have nowhere to go, you have no time
Right.
to go back to your room.
You've got your dressing room for crying out loud. You close the door. There's a star. It says Magnus. You
Yeah,
close your dressing room. You're there and
yeah.
you get your tea and coffee. By the way, just on that note, and it's very important for our audience to understand this because what Eric is talking about is so crucial. So this idea is that Eric and I are going to play 13 games of blitz chess, and one after another. We're in the spirit of the match. Everything's great. One game ends, the next one begins, and we get through our 13 games pretty good. And it was a competitive match. We bump each other. Everybody's happy. But what he's talking about is we play a blitz game. And just at the very, very end, last second, I flag him. Now he's upset. He's angry, angry. He's got to wait 15 minutes. He's
Way
got to
more
wait
than
20
15 at
minutes
this. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
for his
yeah.
revenge. And, like it's gnawing at him. Then he gets the next game and he gets back to 50%. Now he's like really, really happy. But now again, he's waiting 15, 20 minutes. And that gap between the games really plays with your head. And like you say, if, like every square inch is taken and there's no place for you to sit down and you're in a
No,
line
no. Yeah.
compared to, like a superstar who has his own boudoir.
Yeah.
I mean, a chef, a masseuse.
Yeah. Yeah.
You, you'd think he'd have a change of clothes in his dressing room, but okay. Yeah, Magnus is a superstar. Clear, clear, clear. We get it. We get it. But it's not exactly what you would call fair conditions. Another thing I would add to everything you just said about the playing conditions is this, and it's not a joke, people. This is very important. So imagine yourself playing in a Swiss tournament, and each round you're getting a pairing. But you don't know what board you're playing on, and you're trying to find your name. Eric Hansen, Eric Hansen, Eric Hansen. Oh,
Gotta
there I am,
gotta
Eric
look down.
Hansen,
Yeah, yeah,
board 17. Now, where the hell was board 17? A moment ago, I was playing on board 31.
yeah.
Now I'm playing on 17. So you got to go find your board.
Yeah.
Then you go sit down on your board and you figure out the table, man, is absolutely wobbly. You were playing on another table a moment ago that was really nice and the clock was good. This this looks like it's been well worn. Now you're not even happy about your new set of circumstance compared to Magnus, who in each and every round, he knows exactly where he's playing. He's playing on board one and only board one. That's it, the special board. I mean, he's personally approved, the pieces, the clock. He's completely familiar with everything
Hmm.
that's going on. And you're bouncing around from one part of the
I'm running
planet
around.
to
Yeah,
the
yeah,
other.
yeah, yeah, yeah. No,
It's a
people
big,
get lost all the time, like trying to find. It happens. Yeah, no, no, absolutely. It's a rat race,
it's a
because
big
the rest of
difference.
us, we not only before what you just mentioned, we have to go all to the pairing sheet and all like look over. If you're short,
Right.
it might
Where
be
am
really
I?
tough. Like what's going on, and you're
You
all
got to
looking
have
at this.
sharp
Yeah, you
elbows,
got to be
man.
elbowing people and then figure out your board. No, I mean, so I just like like we can talk about some other things that maybe should be fair for uh, the playing conditions. But yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So that's why I had a few issues with the tournament, and then it ends up coming to life with the Magnus situation because I just did not have. I was just not happy with the sequence in Kazakhstan. And
Got
I
it.
don't think, from a personal level or a sporting level, it's like being enforced properly.
Right.
So that was one of the reasons I didn't play. It just left a very bad taste to spend all that money and go over there and just have this, to me, kind of a ridiculous rule, but just also the way it was enforced.
Yeah.
Yeah.
An interesting comparison there for a moment with the world of snooker, because again, I do follow it, and you're playing these matches and these elimination matches on these tables, and Ronnie goes to his dressing room, but the other guy, his opponent, could also go to their dressing room, and it's not just like, Ronnie lords over the world of snooker. I'm sure he has advantages, don't get me
Hmm.
wrong. But it seems a lot more fair-minded. With this particular Swiss system that the FIDE uses, it, you're not going to have equal conditions. And I remember probably the most unequal conditions were in 1994. I played in 10 Olympiads. 10 Olympiads and two world teams. And the most unequal conditions was 1994, Moscow. So the Olympiad had been arranged just last moment. It originally was scheduled to take place in Greece. Greece, literally 3 months before the event pulls out. An Olympiad is a huge undertaking. Please don't get me wrong, 2,500 competitors, 5,000 visitors. It's a big deal. And the Soviets just last minute, Garry Kasparov put some sponsorship together, and boom, Moscow hosted the Olympiad. Well, if you were on boards, let's say 1 through 10, you were on a playing stage, it was sweet. Like that's where you wanted to be. If you were on board, say 20 to 40, you were like a lower rung down, you know, tolerable, but a little bit iffy. If you were below that, you were in like the basement.
Mm.
You were playing on plastic seats.
Yeah. No, it's.
Like, it was horrifying, and the U.S. started really badly. So we came to the playing hall. We're sitting in these picnic seats, man. I'm looking across at your Valinsky and Shabba Dabba Doo. I'm going, guys, look, we got to play really well because we got to get out of here. Then we went on a tear, and the next thing you know, we're playing on the stage at the end of the tournament. But yeesh, like, and I have played in those Swiss events where you were having three, four, five different experiences.
2022 Olympiad was the same. There's two tents.
Two tenths.
People named the second tent some things I won't, but like the point is if you were a good team, well, you could tell if a good country was doing poorly, such as Norway, in 2022, like or some if you got bumped back to the second tent, just the bathroom, just everything, just a little bit like it's where all the worst countries were playing and lower ranked. I mean,
Right,
but it is common in chess where the top boards get a little more attention to detail. They have DGTs and whatnot, but at
right,
least like that can be a little bit more, merit based after round one. It's like how you're performing the event, that you're in a nicer like, even in sports or something, the nicer stadiums maybe for the main. Like I just mean like it's a bit more merit based in how you're doing within the tournament.
right.
But you're right that there can be a huge variance. Um, One of the most basic ones is just leg room. You get further down in an open Swiss, more people to your table, more people. Instead of two boards per table, maybe it's three, maybe it's four. Maybe the air conditioning isn't working. But yeah, yeah, there are some funny stories there for sure.
Bill Harston wrote a brilliant book, How to Cheat at Chess. Everybody should read it. It's just absolutely brilliant. You will laugh your butt off. Anyway, in that book, Bill Harston is talking like the fourth league of the English Chess Federation. Like these guys are squashed in some basement, like elbow to elbow.
Yeah.
And a guy sacrifices an exchange. He goes H4, H5, knight takes H5, rook takes H5. So he sacrifices an exchange, brings over his other rook, sacrifices the second rook on H7, and the guy's king is completely stuck on the H file. The only problem is the two rook sacrifice means you can't play rook checkmate. And the guy reaches over and grabs the guy's rook on H1. So White's king is on B1. The guy who grabs his rook on H1 on the other side on the board next to him plays rook H1 to H1
What?
checkmate. The guy, oh shoot, I didn't see that
Oh my!
coming
From
because
another board,
the other board, the boards are so close to
he
each
thought
other. I mean, I needed a rook to checkmate the guy.
just
Oh,
illegal moves. Oh.
it's illegal moves. And yeah, you could, I mean, really seriously, and those Swisses, and again, in America, we have an American Swiss, 1,000 players, doesn't matter. Actually, I think the Super Nationals, which are probably our biggest event, those are the 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 K through 12 uh uh um scholastics, if you will. And I'm not joking when I say I think there's like 6,000 competitors and 6,000 coaches and parents and visitors that come to these supranational events. And, one group of kids may have the experience of their lives, like this was like the greatest thing. And we played on stage. I won a trophy. It was wonderful. Another group of kids could be in tent number 5,
Yeah.
not even
Oh
tent
no.
number 2, and away you go.
Yeah, I
Now,
mean, I hear about kids events like historically, the parents are one of the big factors. Are your
oh
parents
yeah,
there?
you
Are they
got to kick
talking to
those.
you? Like, there's been parents is just such a nightmare to deal with when it comes to youth scholastic.
Totally. You just kick them out. Tell me your perspective of Magnus's offer of,
Yeah,
shall we be co-world champions? What did you think
yeah. Well,
when it happened?
um, so in general, I'm still going to blame FIDE. So this is how I view it. I don't like it. I don't like the sharing, but as I put more blame on FIDE for accepting it because I think they're responsible for enforcing and trying to do things as
Ah,
players. chess players, top players are pretty risk adverse. If I have an opportunity, I mean, Magnus is the only one bold enough or maybe the leverage enough to propose it, to share a title. Now, the world championship titles are very prestigious in chess. There aren't many world
Yes.
champions. They don't
Yes.
share titles usually. So this
Yes.
title, it's not like other sports or events where there could be ties or things like that. It's just one world champion. So this is
Right.
a title that has a lot of prestige for being just one world champion.
Right.
Then it can be in my best interest, and I know like, oh, I'm just gonna push my luck and see, can we share it? If they say no, we have to play. But they say yes, I know in the future it's probably gonna go back to like an individual. But like, as players individually, I wouldn't ask myself. But you're I don't know, working for your best interest, whatever, trying to like be a winner.
Right.
I wouldn't do it, but I understand like there's no risk involved. I can call myself the world champion. I mean, no risk like from a sporting perspective. Like, hey, like this way, like I'm still world champion. Blah blah blah. I get all this. Like, it should be to me. It's FIDE's responsibility to a have the rules sorted out. That maybe eventually there's an Armageddon, or
Mhm.
if they knew that this scenario could happen, it's not like they played a million games and there were draws, but that they were
Right.
willing to just stand up by their rules and be like, you play until there's sudden death. Like it, a player versus the world governing body, like they, if it was another sport, obviously they would just be laughed at and be like, you played till there's a winner. So to
Of
me, I
course.
still put most of the blame on FIDE because players are going to ask things if you don't, if you're not able to like stand your ground or just like, it's just a mess to me. But like, I, if there were situations, there would be more players asking to share the title if they knew it was an option. And I'm not saying it
Of
is an
course.
option, but when you have something like this happens like this, it's like, well, like, like there's so many situations where like, yeah, players are kind of risk adverse. Sharing a title isn't a bad result in chess. Like it takes
Ex-
away immense stress.
Exactly. Now, what's very interesting is the comparison, if you will, between team sporting events and individual sporting events. One of the greatest football soccer matches I ever saw was the finals between France and Argentina in a World Cup. It's just unbelievable. And it came, they had their overtime, and in the overtime it was just great. The action was just so intense. And then they had the penalty shootouts. And prior to the penalty shootouts, I just had to say that both teams were unbelievably deserving of being world champion. And if they had said prior to the penalty shootouts, let's be co-champions, I, as a fan, would have relished it. I would have said, yeah, really, really, really deserving. But in team sports, they never do it. They don't stop the Super Bowl.
Yeah, yeah,
Because both teams play great. Like, no, it comes down to a field goal, an extra point. It doesn't matter. I mean, the differences are minute, but in team sports, the idea, the concept of stopping the game doesn't even come into
right,
consideration. As you are saying, as a sportsman, and any sportsman in any individual sport has always gotten themselves into that moment where, like they really have given their very, very, very best and they're exhausted and they're saying, God, if we could agree to be co-champions right here, right now, I'd be willing. How about you?
yeah,
So we've all had that moment of like, not risk adverse so much as recognizing and respecting that our opponents are really good and they're as deserving of the title as maybe we are. So uh, if the FIDE were to allow this halving. That was what Bill Hartston wrote in his How to Cheat at Chess. Your Grandmastership, can we agree to the halving of the point? Your Grandmastership, can we agree to the halving of the title? Shall we be co-champions? Then you wouldn't be seeing the penalty shootouts and the Armageddons because a lot of people would say, you know what? I gave my best, and I don't want to blunder the title away with one bad move, you know. So, uh,
like I can criticize Magnus on a personal level, and I will, but that's like, to me, when people are like, well, it's like FIDE's making the rules. Like, at the end of the day, I'm looking at solutions or how to avoid this. At the end of the day, just like, I don't see how they don't take the majority of the blame. In Nepo's case, being offered it, I don't think too many people are blaming him for accepting it, even though it takes two players to agree to that.
yeah,
He
two to tango.
hasn't won a world championship in terms of like World Youth. I think he won,
Blitz,
but Blitz, Rapid, or
right.
Classical,
Individual. Yeah, he hasn't
individual. Besides,
won an individual.
and so people aren't really going after him for it.
Correct.
Magnus, you know, criticized because he has leverage, but if two other players had proposed it and FIDE would accept, I would still be critical of FIDE. I understand people probably want to be more critical of Magnus because he knows most likely his leverage based on the Jeansgate, based on everything like that. But at the end of the day, like, we're not going to be able to regulate a player just asking an arbiter or asking FIDE to do something. Most of them won't because they think they'll be shot down. But FIDE can just stand, like, just be, just say no, just like have things done out. Like, they're the governing body.
Right.
Um, so I know people sometimes compare it to the Olympics, where there's been a case with a high jump with people sharing the title. Like, they asked the
Right.
FIDE, I know that, sorry, they asked the IOC official. Now, it's not the same situation.
Mhm.
But I'm not going to criticize them for asking. Even the situation's not the same. At the end of the day, the answer is entirely in the IOC or FIDE's court. So they
Right.
can just uphold it. Like, I don't see, like, if I can just ask, hey, FIDE, can I wear jeans? Can I wear a bikini? Can I show up late to the game? Whatever. But like, just make rules,
I
clear
want it in
rules,
the
and
I want it in the rule book, and I want it in the rule book right now. Eric Hansen and only Eric Hansen cannot come to the playing hall in a bikini. Anything else?
yeah,
That it is verboten.
yeah, okay, well, but like, I just don't see how they have the most responsibility, like the players. So I don't see how they don't take the majority of the blame
Right.
for not establishing an Armageddon, or they were
Mhm.
confident in the rules and just saying play on. Like, I just don't see how they don't take the majority of the blame. Even though on a personal level, I don't think Magnus should ask at all. If any player asked in any other tournament, I'd say the same thing. Like, that's not in the rules. You can't just share the title. But like,
Fine.
the answer's simple. They ask, you just say no. Like I'm gonna say people just can't. It's a ridiculous thing to ask, but it
Of
was
course.
asked, and we saw what happened.
Right.
But like, just
Let me play devil's advocate for just a moment because
okay,
we mutually agree that FIDE, that they're kind of doing this and that wrong. And yeah, in this case, maybe FIDE should have gotten a backbone and said, no, 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 contracts, you have to do this. FIDE may be sitting back there in Switzerland or virtual or whatever, applauding themselves. And I mean in the greatest, biggest way. FIDE officials from, Lausanne office, Emil Sutovsky, all of the committees, Arkady, boom, 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 down to the presidential board are sitting there saying, guys, 2024 will go down as our greatest year in FIDE ever. We pulled off a world championship match in Singapore, Gukesh, new world champion from India. Biggest prize fund, don't forget that, 2.5 million bucks or whatever it was. We pulled that off. We got Eric Hansen and Yasser Serouan the other day talking about the Rapid Chess Championships and World Blitz Championships. We got international coverage for the Jeansgate, for this and that. So we've achieved enormous success. All of our major events, Olympiad, have been hosted, European Championships, Continental Championships. Guys, we did a great job. Your reaction to that? They're having a party. FIDE's saying, congratulations to everybody.
yeah,
You know what
yeah,
I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, a little bit. I'm trying to,
Yeah.
but it's just, I mean,
I mean, Emil Satovsky is sitting there saying, "Hey, man, I got a salary in 2024. I think I did a really good job. I think I should get a raise in 2025." And the argument might be, "No, you don't deserve a raise." And his argument might be, "Well, actually, yes, I do. Let's think about what has happened." And FIDE today, right now, this moment, might be financially speaking in the best shape of its life. Certainly, I can tell you during the reign of Campomanes, I don't think the accounts were quite as resplendent, if you will. So maybe they're doing something right. That's the counter, that's the devil uh, having an argument here.
yeah, but I understand like just from a sporting perspective, like it's not acceptable. We already have a draw problem in chess, and this just like it's not like the players were fighting and everything, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's good. It adds more eyeballs to chess for sure.
Yeah.
Just I just don't
I,
see like they're changing the rules. They added new rules this year, and
Mhm.
people just lose respect when things like this happen. Like that a player can ask. Okay, it's Magnus, but
True.
still like I'm
My perspective of the FIDE, if you will, is you and I play a match. It's a near stone cold certainty that everything's just going to flow very copacetic, good competitors, friendly uh, play. To my mind, the FIDE is the quote neutral arbiter. This is the group that writes the rules for fair play, that, no competitor has an advantage. Now, we've already spoken about Magnus as having significant advantages, especially, let's say, the World Blitz and Rapid. Maybe less so in something like the Norway chess tournament. But the idea is that in case you and I ever did have a dispute and we turn, there's an arbiter, this neutral person who would sit there and say, "No, yes, or you did touch the knight first and you have to move it. Eric called you on it and he's correct. Bingo. Thank you. Let's go." So this idea is that you need this neutral rules body organization that qualifies, very importantly, qualifies arbiters, that they're trained in the rules and the interpretations of the rules, that they don't have a prejudice in favor of one player over another, but they are neutral. The FIDE approves titles. We don't want everybody getting a title that is undeserved. So the title application, the title process, the approval of the titles should be good. Um, you have all of these world championship titles. We've been talking about the Blitz and the Rapid, but truly today scholastics has just exploded, right? I mean, wow. You got world championships for 8, 10, 12, 14. It's just unbelievable. I think the US, I'm not joking, sends like 150 kids. I mean, we send a delegation to these world championships. And, all of these events have to be hosted by the organizers. They have to be sponsored. They have to have a minimums and you need a body, we call it FIDE today, you need a body that ensures that all of these criterias and these procedures are properly done. Mostly FIDE does that and probably outperforms. We're talking about areas, in this case, the stoppage of the World Championship Blitz finals, where it feels wrong, right?
But it just is wrong.
It is wrong.
I mean, if we were talking about the classical world championship in two players, we could insert Magnus hypothetically. Like, we'd all be
Magnus and Fabi.
critical of that. And I still think we should be more critical, hypothetically, if that happened, if FIDE agreed to it.
Mm.
Because they have the power, at the end of the day, they have the final say. They have the final say for the World Blitz. They have the final say for their world championship. So yeah, they're neutral,
Right.
but this is what they're in charge of the regulations. So
Right.
I'm going to blame them the most for saying yes or allowing it to even be in that stage. Like, yeah, we can be like Magnus knows he has some leverage or like the threat based on like what happened with Jeansgate or something that maybe they had some conversations, but like it's their say at the end of the day. So I just I no,
Well,
I think it's really bad. I mean, yeah, like it's not right, and this is Blitz. This is like the last time control where we have a drawing issue. If the players play for a while, I guess we didn't. I didn't pay attention to press conferences. I know some people mentioned they could draw it out. They could force draws with each other. That's one thing. But if they just keep playing, no, it's not going to just end up being draws and draws. That's not going to happen. Five Blitz
there will
games,
be an Armageddon
there
at
will be an
some
Armageddon.
point.
Someone will win.
Mhm.
Um, so
Yeah, so in a sense, what you just said is the FIDE are responsible for this rules, this overall, this is what we're agreeing to, guys. This is the competition. These are the number of rounds. This is the time control. These are the rules. So we are agreeing to this. Then the FIDE is also interpreting those rules, whether it be a dress code or other things. And then they're also doing the third thing. They're enforcing the rules, that these rules do produce a champion. And I think you said it very, very well earlier. You said the FIDE changed the rules for this World Championship Blitz to ensure a single champion and to ensure two finals and a champion is crowned. So what the players did was contrary to the entire spirit of the event itself as it was set up. I'm sure Maurice Ashley probably had a
yeah, yeah,
seizure.
yeah,
I haven't
absolutely.
spoken to me. I haven't spoken to Maurice. I'm sure he was like, tasered by that outcome. And to be a little bit fair also to Magnus, um, he's won so many world championships, power to him. But there was one other time actually that something similar occurred. It actually occurred here in St. Louis. Three players had tied for first in the Sinquefield Cup, the most prestigious tournament in America, full stop. And those players were Magnus, Levon, and Fabi. And how they got there, boom, 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 boom. Everybody's exhausted. The tournament itself was very, very tiring, but the rules were for a playoff, for a tiebreaker, so that you would get a single Sinquefield Cup champion. Players exhausted. Everybody's very, very deserving, and I think it was Magnus. Once again, I do believe Magnus was not the instigator, but he was the author of, guys, I'm tired. Are you guys tired? Shall we just declare ourselves co-champions? And they did. So all three became Sinquefield Cup champions. Now, Rex Sinquefield, who happened to be the sponsor, was absolutely ecstatic with that decision. They had been playing classical chess. All the players had been playing classical chess. And Rex very, very strongly felt that the tournament would be smeared if it used a blitz, which were the rules, as a tiebreaker. He said, like my beautiful classical chess tournament, they should be co-champions. So he was down. I mean, he's playing the role of FIDE, if you will, for this moment. But as a chess fan, as a chess commentator, I was looking forward to that playoff. I mean, Levon Aronian,
Hmm.
Magnus Carlsen, Fabi, all crossing swords. Man, I want a front row seat.
Yeah.
So,
But at least
Uh,
that's so that even there, I mean, the players can complain, but that's a private event, private
yes,
sponsor, private event.
very important what you just said. Yeah.
So it's like different than FIDE just making rules with the goal like either put Armageddon in or be ready to have the players play to sudden death. Like that's the, I mean, they're yeah from the so yeah. I mean, private event and the world body is a bit of a distinction, but you're right that they still have the rules in place for that event. But
Mhm.
like private events and the world championships always have a bit of a distinction there. But still, I agree
No,
as a chess fan.
not a little bit of a
Yeah,
distinction. They're a
yeah,
wholly different
yeah, yeah.
classification. So I have a private event. You and I are going to play a chess match together, and the winner gets $100,000. Great, boom, wonderful. And by the way, during our moves, we go and box with one another as well. Okay, great. Let's do that too. Um, that's a private event. Then anything that has a world championship, imprint that's recognized as a, world-class event with players from all over the world competing to qualify and then to participate. Yeah, I think the rules there have to be pretty hard and fast to be clear. Yeah.
I think there's probably a growing like viewpoint from other players that like yeah, Magnus gets different treatment. Like if I were that they were to ask, it wouldn't be the case, and it just is not a good look. Yeah, the woman did fight it out. Played to a winner. Could have been
Right.
two co-champions from China, right?
Right.
So yeah, just
Not the case.
yeah, not happy with
Um,
that at all. But I still like yeah,
Between ourselves, I
yeah,
see that we have much of an accord. Maybe
yeah,
we get to the same conclusions a little bit in a different
yeah,
path. You were in New York.
yeah.
Was it a popular decision? Was it an unpopular decision?
Very unpopular decision amongst players I spoke to, like fairly unanimous.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
Well, I mean, it's understandable. Like it this hasn't been done before. It's not on the menu. It's not supposed to be on the menu.
It's
And FIDE is just all over the place. First, they're trying to kick Magnus out. Well, they know he might leave because of Jeans. If you forfeit him for one round, he wasn't kicked out, but forfeiting a player like, killing their tie breaks, whatever, ruining their tournament,
they're out.
they're there to win. So okay, you know what you're doing there, and then reversing in the blitz and being like, okay, you can share the title. I mean, it's just completely inconsistent there, and it feels like I'm not like too familiar with the inner workings, but that there's a disconnect between the CEO of FIDE, Emil Sutovsky, and maybe his dealings with the players, and the FIDE president, Dvorkovich. And
Right.
so it just doesn't look well run because there seems to be different perspectives between maybe the FIDE president and what you mentioned, the World Championship Committee or Fair Play Committee, all across it's just like they're not on the same page.
Well, I didn't know about Emil Sutovsky kind of lording it over Magnus and saying, well, I beat you as a youngster, so I got a 2-0 score, and
Well,
therefore
because
you made
Magnus
me.
said in a press conference that he likes working with Dvorkovich, but that you can't reason with Sutovsky, something like that. So there was a back and forth there.
And Sutovsky saying, well, you're holding a grudge. First of all, I really, really don't think an official should ever say, you're holding a grudge against me because I beat you when you were a kid.
I
That
read that
that
somewhere. I might have to put
that's
the
just
put
childish
the source
beyond.
on because I'm on usually Twitter and I gotta double check, but I'm pretty sure
But
I'd read that
but
in an interview.
but I must say you have made a fair point, and I don't think a lot of people, especially people who do not have a knowledge of the inner workings of FIDE, or for that matter, by the way, any organization, corporation or otherwise, uh, uh, I have, in my own experience, been in those situations where I got along, and I did on many, many occasions. I got along incredibly well with Campomanes. Just that's it. We,
You're a
like
nice
we
guy.
Well, but you could have a conversation. It's very, very rational. We came to these bullet points very quickly. We agree, we agree, we agree. Done. Next. And then, and then getting our agreement, our understandings ratified by the presidential board of the FIDE, and then ratified by the General Assembly, that is to say, the delegates of the FIDE. And it was like three different animals that the FIDE had. So, and it worked the other way too. I could go to the FIDE General Assembly. I could work with the United States delegate to the FIDE, and I could say to my U.S. Federation delegate, that rule that you've just approved is not going to be approved by the players. Get rid of it. And then my delegates standing up in the General Assembly and saying, let's get rid of that because Yasser tells me the players aren't going to approve. And everybody goes, okay, that makes sense. They'll get rid of it. But that rule might have been something that the president himself wanted. So there was the General Assembly having a will, if you will, the presidential board more or less approving the General Assembly, and then you have the FIDE president saying, let's ignore what had just taken place. So it goes backwards and forwards. In other words, there's three faces of the FIDE. And when they were all in accord, great.
Hmm.
That didn't happen all the time. And I can very much imagine the front office, in this case, Emil. I always thought Emil was the executive director. You called him the CEO. What's his title?
CEO.
Okay. So there's Emil. He's the CEO. And there's the president, Arkady. And if they see things differently, that's very awkward because, like you say, um, the players, the fans are going to get misrepresentations if one guy's giving an interview where he's saying X, Y, Z, the other guy's over there saying A, B, C. That's the way it's got to be
Yeah, no,
done.
there's definitely been. People have mentioned like Magnus said. I think Vichy maybe wasn't ready for his job there. Like, there's been, I don't know, some back and forth between. It's it's
Okay,
uh it's very unclear to me. Um,
interesting. When we think about competitors and sportsmen, I love this quote so very much. You probably have heard me say it a million times to those in our audience who have heard me say this quote. It's my favorite quote. Uh, FIDE, pardon me, Vichy was at a press conference where a chess journalist had asked him a question. Vichy, could you please tell our readers what's it like being the world chess champion? How does it feel? Vichy thought for a second. He goes, well, each and every day I feel like a sportsman. Yeah, like competitor. Some days I feel like an artist. Some days I feel like a scientist. And some days I feel like an idiot. And for me, this is like the greatest quote because it encompasses everything. But he starts by saying, each and every day I feel like a competitor. And I think that all of these chess players have it in them that they're looking for the result. They want to win,
yeah,
and that's what we live for is becoming champion. By the way, it was something like that. Vishy was here in town. He was having a dinner with a friend. I happened to be in the same restaurant. I'd finished dinner and I was passing him on the way out. And I said, Vishy, I'm doing these broadcasts, as you know, for the Sinkfield Cup, and I keep referring to you as the five-time world champion. And of course, I'm talking about classical chess when I say five-time world champion. How many times have you won the world championship title? And he looks at me and goes, nine, because of the blitz and rapids.
yeah, yeah, yeah. No, no, he's
A little fist bump walking out of the restaurant, like respect.
5 time reminds me. Is it Booker T? Did you watch wrestling? I think Booker T was always Mr. 5 time. I'm trying to remember. It was one
Uh-huh.
of his moves. But yeah, nine,
Well,
Vichy was like incredible. Before they had World Blitz, if they had the World Blitz and Rapid regularly a while
yeah,
ago, he would have more titles. This guy was crazy at Rapid and Blitz in the late
absolutely.
90s, and he would just
Absolutely.
dominate events. So it could have been a lot higher.
I want to say equally true of Gary Kasparov. If in his reign, if he had played in these Blitz World Championships, and there was such a thing, let's say, as the Blitz World Championship, that guy was a beast at Blitz.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you get the sense
Um,
there's going to be a governing body to challenge FIDE soon? There's going to be a break off?
Talk about that.
I'm not privy to a lot of this information. Like, clearly there's tension way before this World Blitz and Rapid, right? Like,
Clearly.
clearly, like, there's things happening behind the scenes. I don't know if this freestyle chess. I don't know all
Right.
that information. So, all of what we're discussing with Jeansgate or even the sharing the title, there's stuff behind the scenes that's clearly influencing this too. That
Right.
they're fighting over the rights or
Mm.
what the players can play in that has affected that. And it seems like there's clearly, Magnus leaving the tournament originally is like, like that there's some other plans, other things he wants to partake in, and it's getting to a point where maybe some of the players feel like they don't need FIDE at all. Like they have enough
Exactly.
of a calendar and enough resources that there's other options. It
Yeah.
feels like that's brewing.
Boy, it feels like yesterday, but it was a long time ago. 89, 90, my friend Robert Hamilton in Canada had created a company, Global Chess, and he wanted St. John's in New Brunswick to host the candidates, which FIDE approved. Kevin Spraggett played, I played, etc. And with all of those players being on site, if you will, he wanted to host a World Blitz Championship because why not exploit the fact that the players
Players
are
are there,
already
yeah.
in town? So he was putting together, let's just say it doesn't matter, 100,000, maybe it was more, 200,000 Canadian World Blitz Championship title. And Campamana said, well, wait a minute, you're organizing the candidates. We don't like you using the word World Blitz Championship. So unless you pay us 20% of the prize fund, FIDE, a licensing fee, you can't use the word world. And Robert said, fine. I mean, I created Global Chess. I'm going to call it the Global
Yeah.
Global Chess Blitz Championship. Compromise wasn't pleased. So they negotiated a much, much reduced fee. So if Magnus and his team, his freestyle, uh, if they take away the world championship and use something like global or
Mm-hmm.
universal,
Mm-hmm.
they don't need the FIDE. You're absolutely right. But at the same time, don't rob the FIDE either. In other words, reach an accommodation. Why not? Uh, FIDE can just give the licensing name. But I do think, and I really mean to emphasize this, I do think that if you don't have a FIDE, you must create them. That you do want a World Chess Federation that does award arbiter titles, that does award the Grandmaster title, that does award the FIDE Master title, that does sponsor, create, organize world championships. That's a forum. If you've got an angst, there's a forum that you can go to and say, I really think we're doing something wrong. Now, one of the things that's very interesting, and it applies to you very directly, I must say, Eric Hansen and Aman, is in my view, you guys, chess bras, and every streamer, every online platform are revolutionizing chess. You are making chess so much more accessible. You are promoting chess. Virtually everything that has been created and done online has been done without the FIDE. And I might even say, whenever FIDE has forayed into the online world, whether it's to create a chess platform, their second, third, fifth, sixth, eighth, 10th best, their efforts have failed. So when I think about yourself, and I think about Hikaru and Magnus and really chess.com, let's be clear, Lee Chess. I mean, the online chess world has gotten along perfectly well without the FIDE. I mean, chess.com's rating might be more important than the FIDE rating. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there. I'm saying that the virtual world of online has grown, and it's grown immensely. And it's the tail that now wags the dog, and what you guys have done over the many years. And by the way, now that we're in 2025, how many years has chessbrah been
It'll
going
be
strong?
10, kind of like more of official 10-year anniversary come April.
What? Eight,
Start
10
of
years,
April.
dude.
Yeah.
We gotta celebrate. Shots.
We might do an event, but then you'll have to be there.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, my good, congratulations. No, seriously. And I mean that genuinely, from the heart. I think of online chess and I go, this is a completely different animal. This is like, wow, this 40 years ago, was the ICC around in 40 years ago? It might have
No,
been.
no,
I'm
no,
not
no, no, no.
sure.
This would have been
But
like mid 90s, early.
right. So I mean, what has happened online is absolutely fantastic. It's been great for chess, like absolutely great. And so many of my colleagues, I'm talking about senior chess grandmasters, make a living thanks to online chess. They have students, they have classes, they do lectures, they do instruction, and online, again, to my way of thinking, what has happened online has very little, if anything, to do with the FIDE, very little, if anything, to do with the USCF, very little, if anything, to do with the Missouri State Chess Federation or Missouri State Chess Association or the Washington Chess. In other words, there's officialdom in our real world, and then there's the virtual world, and the virtual world has been fantastic. It's been, if you will, unencumbered
Hmm.
by by officials. Like it's the it's the West, the old West. You know, you could put out your web page and be successful. And so, congratulations on your 10th anniversary. I love what you guys have done to the chat. Support chessbrah, subscribe, like. What was that food company you?
I was saying Factor, but no worries, no worries.
I'm giving you my credit card.
Oh, sure, I'll take that.
Uh, yeah, charge up a storm. No, seriously, great. And to all of the people at chess.com, great. To all the people at ChessBase, great. To the ICC itself, fantastic. What you guys have done, what you guys have created, um, really has revolutionized chess. Can I say it any better? I mean, isn't that the truth, Eric?
I mean, but yeah, you just mention everyone because it's all these different options online I
Right,
mean, the barrier to entry is just much lower than it used to be in chess, and that's just very, very, very good for the game. Um, you don't have to rely
totally.
on a governing body or your national federation or finding a physical chess club. Those things
Right.
are all much easier than before.
Mhm.
So no, that's just a big, big group effort from everyone. But yeah, like getting back to what I was asking about, I was like, I'm gonna make a prediction that in terms of you mentioned some of FIDE's functions, and I don't think there's gonna be a rival for that because the infrastructure, with arbiters, training, things like that. But I think
It's
there's going
there.
to be at the top level a competitor in the next few years, and it's going to involve money from the Saudis. Like,
Ooh, that would
like
be
that's
interesting.
happened in golf and many other things,
It
boxing, for
definitely happened
example.
in golf. Yeah.
It's not going to necessarily affect like the average player or like memberships, arbiters, but I think that's brewing and it's starting this year. You know about it? That
No,
there's a
I
huge
truly do
prize
not.
fund
Oh, I
for this
know about
esports. This
the Fisher Random.
No, I'm
Yeah.
talking about the esports World Cup for this year. I think the Champions Chess Tour is rebranding, and
Ooh.
uh, and I know Magnus went to a conference last year in Saudi Arabia, and just seeing what they've been
Mhm.
doing in other sports I follow, including esports, that there's definitely money coming in from there, and that I'm going to predict that there's going to be a much bigger effort coming from that direction, and probably challenging for top players and top events and prestige, but not the overall infrastructure of like titles and federations and things like
Fantastical.
that. But I think that's coming to chess in a
Fantastical. All I can do is applaud. And I vividly remember this so very well. It really it does feel like yesterday in 1986. I was at the Dubai Olympiad, and literally on the same floor of the hotel, Gary Kasparov, the reigning world champion, had come to me and a number of other players, Grandmaster John Nunn, Lajos Portish, Jan Timman. Uh, um, Bent Larson, Lubomir Lubojevic, and said, let's create a Grandmasters Association, the GMA, a union of grandmasters. And over the years, as that progressed, Gary left the GMA and founded the Professional Chess Association. And what Gary always wanted to do was to create an organization to rival the FIDE, but not necessarily to rival the FIDE, because he wasn't really interested in the FIDE so much as he was interested in corporate sponsorship and creating a professional um, ecosystem, to borrow your word, uh, so that the players could be financially successful like other major sports. So that was what he was reaching for, and it was a cherished dream, a dream that while he came close to achieving, he did not. And it sounds to me like Magnus and Gary should have a dinner together and just compare notes, because I think Gary could rip off, something like a charter of the Professional Chess Association and say, we are trying to do this, we are trying to do this, we are trying to professionalize this, and we're trying to get sponsors for that. Uh, by the way, could I just ask you a quick question? Because I mean,
always.
I don't understand it. I am not what you would call a savvy computer person, not in the least, and I'm certainly not a social media person. But for me personally, I was elated. I was doing backflips and cartwheels when the FIDE announced that Google was going to be the commercial sponsor for Singapore, the match in Singapore. I thought, oh my God, fabulous. That is an enormous breakthrough. And while I know everything happened in Singapore and the match was nicely held and everybody's happy and grateful, it didn't seem to me like having Google meant anything. I
I'm not
mean, again,
impressed. I don't
right?
know how much money they gave. I think one day maybe Google, when you went to
What
Google, they had
happened?
maybe a chess symbol or chess day. There was some reference to it. I don't know. I don't know the numbers from the World Championship. I don't know the sponsorship money coming in. I don't know like what type of agreement that is. Usually when there's big agreements, they might say it's multi-year. They might mention a dollar figure. They might mention
Right,
infrastructure. Um, it's a good name to have, absolutely, but without knowing details, we don't know like to what extent. Is it a one-time
right.
thing? Was it that they just offered, I don't know, 500,000? I don't know like what it was, but is it the type of like sustained partnership that is
Right.
important for the growth of games and security like that other sporting leagues have. I don't get that impression because Google's
Me
like
either.
a for-profit company, so even if they were
Right.
to, was it doing it because they just want to help out, or is this a viable commercial partnership? Now looking at chess's history and FIDE's history with like big media companies, I would gather that it's probably not. A robust
Well,
partnership where, but I don't know. We don't know. We're kept in the dark.
well, so you understand my confusion. I mean, if I announced tomorrow, and by the way, just for those of you who don't know, I'm sort of like a spokesman for the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center. So I have to separate myself, and everything I've said is a personal expression. Uh, but if I, in my capacity as a spokesman for the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center, said, I am delighted to announce that Disney is going to be working with the chess club in the future and for this US championships, that is enormous news. That is like groundbreaking. And Disney in America is like, wow. And the next thing you might see is Mickey Mouse playing chess, right? I mean, it would be huge. I mean, it's not just money, it's more like Disney says, these guys, yeah, this is what we're doing culturally. This is a really, really good thing. Google, or Alphabet, if you prefer, is huge in the United States. And I mean, their reach, well, you tell me, they have 1 billion customers, right? I mean,
Well, Google owns
they
YouTube too, so I mean, this is just like, yeah, I mean,
it,
for
it,
reach, unprecedented.
unprecedented. So it seems to me like if Google's going to sponsor the Singapore Chess World Championship match, then on YouTube, there should be the biggest banner ever. It says, like, we are sponsoring this tournament. Like there's 22 channels,
Yeah.
Spanish, Portuguese, English, Russian. You can watch these streamers and these presenters talking chess. So I really expected after the FIDE announcement, that is, that, like, kazam, the world had suddenly changed. It didn't, and I was confused.
I'm not because there's not a track record since I've been around of like getting good sponsors in chess and having
Right.
lasting partnerships. Like, you know, looking at that world championship in Singapore, it didn't seem to be like the next step. Like it
Right.
wasn't like an
A
incredible
very
playing
good
hall
match, a
experience. It
very,
was a very good match and everything, but it wasn't
very
like,
good event,
yeah. It just wasn't like, okay, this is like big time. Like,
a
made it everywhere,
revolution
the
is born.
revolutionary, like,
Mm.
yeah. So I don't know, but we're always kept in the dark for these things. Usually, if that's the case, then I would assume it's not a very substantial partnership.
Well, I mean, what can I say? Again, I am not the guy who is socially media savvy. I don't follow the Facebooks of the world and the Instagrams and the Twitter or X, if you prefer. And I just felt like I had this expectation of something really extraordinary was going to take place, and it didn't. It just felt like it just occurred in a vacuum. That was it. And I was like just kind of confused because, again, I'm just telling you that if a Disney, if a Microsoft, if a Google, if an Amazon, tapped the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center and said, you're going to be the chess, you're our go-to guys for chess, and we're going to support you. I mean, it's a different world. I mean, I think it's night and day. We just
Well,
go into a completely different
it's an
era.
issue that chess has always had. We have benefactors. When you use the word
Yes.
support, Amazon's for profit, Google's for profit. So if it's a support thing, maybe it's a one-time thing, monetary, I don't know what it is. But
Right.
talk about Amazon. Amazon now owns the right to some NFL games in hockey and things like that. So if
Right.
it's a real corporate deal, then they want something in return. But those are also, I mean, then they're also invested to make it work and they're going to push chess. So I don't get that
Abs
impression at all because we would have seen that traction. I mean, Google got their name was associated. India's a huge market, huge economy.
yeah,
So, but if it was like a strategic, proper partnership, we
right.
should have seen more, even if you're not on social media.
Yeah, I mean,
Um,
absolutely, absolutely agreed. It feels like this was a one-time flirtation. Whereas, if Amazon or, as you say, all of those names that you just mentioned were to, reach out, they're looking for a multi-year partnership. They understand that the first years or two or three might be loss leaders,
yeah,
but
absolutely.
they are looking for a long-term partnership where, chess will play an increasing role in their presentations,
Hmm.
their culture. And yeah, I just hoped that that was going to happen. Going back to something you've said about for profit, talking about Saudi Arabia for just a moment and esports. Um, if that does go the way Fisher Random is going to be front and center. It's Fisher Random that's
Well, that's a
going to
separate one. That's from
ah
Germany, from Jan,
yes,
I think. The guy's
yes,
name,
yes.
Mr. Butner.
So esports will be chess,
Yes,
the regular.
regular
Uh,
chess,
yeah,
as far as I know.
position one
Yeah,
or position 960. I'm not sure.
yeah, yeah. Do you care about where the money comes from? Is it an issue? For example,
No,
in the
for
case of
me,
Saudi
money has
Arabia.
yeah, no, for me, money has been green. End of story. When I was playing professionally, literally, there were there was a paradise for chess. There was a chess paradise. It was called Yugoslavia. And I got a norm in Yugoslavia, and I think so many, so many of my fellow American players got norms in Yugoslavia. And at that time, Yugoslavia was non-aligned, but it was actually considered a bad nation. It was considered like a kind of a communist nation. And I believe it's called Yugoslavian dinars. So I went to these tournaments in Yugoslavia. I won dinars. I won my norm. And if I came back to the United States, I might have been looked at askance like, hey, wait a minute, you're supporting an enemy of the United States. I didn't feel that way at all when I was going to Yugoslavia and playing in this non-aligned country, if you will. I went to the Soviet Union. I played in events in the Soviet Union. I won Russian rubles by participating in, the heart of the enemy, if you will. So, I mean, I wasn't, how do you say, banned from chess for doing that or something of that
Hmm.
nature. But I always felt, and I feel this way today, very, 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 very strongly, that you must separate sports and politics. I think it was very, very wrong of the United States to boycott Moscow. I think it was very, very wrong of the Soviet Union to boycott LA. When the guy who's founded Ted Turner, he founded CNN. He created the Goodwill Games because the Soviets and Americans didn't compete against each other. Ted Turner created the Goodwill Games as a sporting event. I really think that sports, like the Olympics, should be completely separated culturally. Like literally, the Olympics happened in ancient Greece. If there was a war, you stopped the war.
Hmm.
So everybody could go and watch the Olympics. So, so for me, chess is sport. And as a sportsman, you should go everywhere, and I mean everywhere, to places that you don't like, whether it be North Korea, South Korea, Japan. Maybe you don't like uh, Saudi Arabia. Maybe you don't like Iraq. But to prevent a sportsman from applying their trade, something's wrong. Like, we completely disagree. If you don't, I'm of the opinion a sports person is an ambassador. It's an ambassador for the nation. Whether you like it or not, Eric, when you go overseas and you go to another country, people are going to associate you and your behavior as a Canadian, right?
Hmm.
And I think of sports persons, competitors, as ambassadors. And as an ambassador, you dislike the person, that's fine. You love the person, that's fine too. But you don't stop them at the border. You don't stop them from competing. And so for me personally, uh, if you want to play in a tournament, and I don't care where it is, and you win a prize and you perform, and everybody says you're a jerk and you're a terrible person, I say, excuse me, I disagree. So for me, it was terrible. We have a war going on between the Ukraine and Russia. And it was terrible for me personally, as a fan of tennis, that the Wimbledon Tennis Association said to Russian tennis
Players. Yep.
players, you can't play in Wimbledon. And I said, that sucks. And those people who said, Djokovic, you can't play in Australia. Novak, you can't play in the US because of vaccination and other BS nonsense. Uh, I despise that. I hate the fact, seriously, I hate the fact that Nepo in New York City can't play under his own Russian flag. He plays under a FIDE flag because FIDE is making a political statement. We support Ukraine. I'm sorry, but as a sports federation, you don't get the right to do that. If I'm an ambassador to the world, you as a sports federation don't get to distinguish who's the good guy and who's the bad guy. That's just my
But do you think
philosophy.
FIDE should be following like the IOC and other federations? Like it's not just in chess that it's like that, right?
Right.
Hockey, for
So I
example,
think the
Russia can't.
IOC is wrong.
Okay, okay. But do you think
So
FIDE
I
should be
think
following because it's important to have that?
well, you see, that's the problem too, because the FIDE looks up to the IOC. The FIDE looks at the IOC and says, we want you to recognize us. And the IOC says, okay, we'll recognize you, but first you've got to respect everything we say.
Hmm.
So if IOC says we're kicking out Russia, Russia can't compete under its own flag. If the Russian athletes do X, Y, and Z and jump through this loop and jump through that loop, we'll allow them to compete under the Olympic flag. So the FIDE has to follow the IOC if the FIDE wants IOC recognition, right? Here's the loops. I'm saying the IOC is wrong, and I'm saying that as a downstream, the FIDE is wrong to follow the IOC, but they're kind of committed, contractually speaking, to do what the
Hmm.
IOC agrees, right?
So you don't blame FIDE as much for that, right?
Of
Their
course,
hands are
of
tied.
course, yeah. And by the way, this idea that the FIDE should be seeking IOC approval, it's so wrong on so many levels. It's ridiculous. You're going to tell me that I got to compete in the US Championship and I got to pass the WADA doping drug test? I mean, what drug is going to help me play the King's Indian Defense better? I mean, come on. I mean, it's a
It's just
joke.
performative. Yeah, I know. People always ask about that because it's true we
It,
get
it,
drug tested, but it's like,
okay, so the FIDE wants IOC approval, but why? But why? And this is very, very, very important. I had these conversations back in the 90s when was pursuing his dream of getting chess into, in those days, it was the Winter Olympics. The idea was the Summer Olympics were full. In fact, there were so many activities for the Summer Olympics that the IOC was actually crossing some of the competitions out because it had grown so enormous. Our only chance was to get into the Winter Olympics. But the Winter Olympics, get this, this is actually pretty funny. I don't know if your viewers know this. The Winter Olympics, to play in the Winter Olympics, your sport has to be played on snow or ice. So you got to see these chess players,
That'd
playing
be
on
good for
snow or
us.
ice.
Good for Canada, yeah.
You got to get an ice ring,
You
bring
wouldn't
on your
survive. You
gloves.
would be struggling. You'd start getting brain fog.
Okay, so there was chess going whole hog after the IOC trying to play suitor, please, please, please let me in. And I'm looking at Malcolm Payne and others, and we're going, what the hey, man? Why is FIDE kowtowing to these IOC officials for whom I had a very negative opinion, by the way? I mean, these are not, the high priests of sport. They have some very selfish reasons for being there. Anyway, let's put that aside for just a moment. And the feedback I got from these delegates went like this. The vast majority of the countries of FIDE, the vast majorities of the federations of these countries are bankrupt. They have no sponsors, no benefactors, no corporate sponsors. They are literally self-sufficient through donations of the players themselves as well as amateurs, and their budgets are scarce. However, many of these nations around the world, will just say Kenya as an example. Kenya is one of those nations that has a sports federation, a sports budget. And the Kenyan government says, here's $50 million. Pick a figure, it doesn't matter. And go fund sports. Go fund sports. So the Kenyan sports officials look around and says, hey, it's football, soccer, you're the biggest guys. We're going to give you a lot of money. And hey, you runners, you get sponsorships too. And the chess federation guys go to this Kenya sports body and say, can we get some money? You just give us a grant of 10,000. We don't, I mean, our needs are very small. Just give us a grant. And they go, are you recognized by the IOC? If the IOC recognizes you, chess, it's 100%. You're going to get your request. Okay. And around the world, the echo was the same. If we can get IOC to recognize chess as a sport, then all of these government programs that support sports will have to support chess because we've got our IOC recognition. So we're going to do stupid things. We're going to have drug tests, doping tests for chess players because that's what it takes to get the IOC recognition, and so forth and so on. So it became a kind of a funny game, a complete mismatch, by the way. The chess world is chess. It doesn't need sports bodies like the IOC or others recognizing it. We are chess. You go ahead and go swimming. Go ahead and run. Go ahead. By the way, I don't think soccer belongs in the Olympics. I mean, I don't think tennis belongs in the Olympics. I mean, I think those sports like chess should be separate. I don't think we need a gold medal for soccer, if you follow me. Uh, I think the Olympics are incredibly important for what it does. And when you take a country out, North Korea, Russia, and you just say all of those athletes are excluded, you're destroying the Olympics. You make it a lesser event, and it's disgraceful. For me, Grishuk not being able to play, Katya Lagno not being able to play with the Russian flag, no, it's completely wrong that sports sports associations like the Olympics, like FIDE, are picking winner countries and loser countries, that we can exclude one over the other because we know better, we know best. I It's wrong.
So
And
you,
so
yeah.
again, to get back to your question and just to complete the entirety of my thought, when you, Eric, or Aman, or a Wonder Liang, or Hans Niemann. Hans Niemann, he plays everywhere, by the way, and kudos to him. When he wants to travel and he wants to go, I don't care, to Myanmar, right? There's a good country. That they're the bad guys today, right? Myanmar. He wants to go to Myanmar, play a chess exhibition, win in a competition, make whatever the currency is in Myanmar. I'm the first to congratulate the guy. And if you want to condemn the guy, we got a problem. I don't see it that way. And so I just think that chess players are ambassadors and they should play globally. And I think their participation actually elevates chess. It raises the awareness.
So what do you say about the argument where, let's say, someone wants to compete in a country that's controversial, or let's say banned a bit, and the argument is by playing in that event, it's inherently political, like it may be funded by the government and the government's waging a war, like it's used as propaganda, because that's a
Of
common
course.
line
Of
of
course.
reasoning.
And hey, there you go. You said it beautifully. There's your downside. So in my lifetime, uh, as an American, and speaking as an American, I've always wanted to visit Cuba. I've never visited Cuba. And Cuba has had the Capablanca Memorial tournaments, and I've always wanted to go to Cuba. And I think now, by the way, things are a little bit more relaxed, and I think I could, in fact, go to Mexico, and I think I could, in fact, catch a flight to Havana, and I think I could enter the country as an American tourist, even though I would be condemned back in the United States because I would be helping in those days, let's say Castro or a communist government. Bite me. Great. I'm being exploited for being a propagandist. I'm being exploited for supporting communism. Is that the way you think of my participation? Well, here's what I think of my participation. I think of myself as a sportsman, and I think of myself as representing America. And uh, I want those people of Cuba, I want to meet them. I want to be friends with them. I want them to see me, and I hope I inspire them, and vice versa. So I see sport as breaking the walls that get erected by our politicians. And by the way, pox on their house. I would have loved to see Cubans and Cuban tourists. I would love to go to Cuba as a tourist, not just as a sportsman, but as a tourist. And I hate it when, our politicians build up walls and prevent exchanges, cultural exchanges. And for me, sports is the breakthrough. By the way, everything I've just said for the last 20 minutes, I don't know, there was a time that Richard Milhouse Nixon in the 70s engaged in what we called ping pong diplomacy with China. There was a radical element of American culture which was so anti-communist that even to mention communism was an emotionally triggering word. Uh, as a kid in elementary school, was taught nuclear drills
Mhm. Yep.
that, upon the flash of the nuclear explosion, all the kids were taught to hide underneath their desk.
Damn.
Down the street, there's Eric.
Well,
Eric, help me.
the kids are still doing that, Yasser, just for guns.
Well, guns is it? Down the street, this nuclear explosion. Go
The
underneath your
desk
desk.
will help, yeah.
Yeah, good luck in surviving that nuclear explosion. But the point was, you couldn't even mention communists. And there were two communist giants in those days, and they were the Soviet Union and China. And China, under Mao Zedong, was literally, Mao Zedong was persona non grata. He was the devil incarnate, as was Fidel Castro, as was whoever was the leader of the Kremlin at the time. Um, and the point was, this idea of even broaching relations with China was like, no way. Are you kidding? You might even be arrested for treason. Seriously, just for the very concept of thinking about going to China, was an FBI triggering event. Now, just hold that thought for a second. This idea that relations between China and the US were at such loggerheads, there was no, exchanges, right? Like that was really, really, really foreboding. So what happened was a group of our players played ping pong with the Chinese national team, and it was called ping pong diplomacy. I think Forrest Gump uh, actually had a scene where, he was one of the ping pong players, and that led to enormous breakthroughs. So it was actually, it wasn't just the Cold War, it was an ice age. And what broke the ice age, the volcano that changed the world, was sport. And I think that's true of music too, by the way. I don't say that just sport. I think music, art changes the world and changes our concept of other cultures, other peoples. So for me, when an artist comes to town, that's something we can celebrate right there. Just end of story. An artist, oh Jesus, musician comes to town. Wow, fantastic, just great. A world chess champion comes to town. Oh, like great. So all of these people, I think of cultural ambassadors, and I just hate this idea that the politicians are winning in creating barriers between people. I think that the fact that I could go to Toronto tomorrow excites me, makes me glad, right? That, Canada is going to become the 51st state. Or maybe, or maybe the United States will sell Alaska to
Yeah, I know
Canada.
why you always talk about Manitoba over the years. You've been looking at that land with lust.
Wow. I mean, big time, big time. So, I mean, you could say that we live in countries that have good relations with one another. We're good neighbors to one another. And it it aggravates me no end that we don't have good relations with Cuba. I think to myself how absolutely repulsively ridiculous that is. I mean, all the Cuban people I've ever met, and by the way, let me just give a shout out to Lanier Dominguez. Lanier Dominguez, originally from Cuba, has made St. Louis his home for himself and his family. And when you talk about loving, beautiful people, let me introduce you to my friend Lanier Dominguez. I would love to meet more Cubans, and I would love to have, and Talia Cervantes, and she came with her mom and her sister, and they make homes here in St. Louis. And one block from where I live, Talia's mom has opened up a restaurant, Havana restaurant right there. And I'm sitting there saying to myself, how is it possible we live 90 miles away from Cuba and I'm prevented and restricted from visiting? Like,
Y- Yeah.
that's crazy. And by the way, Castro's dead. We're still holding a grudge after.
When I travel, one of the most common things that people ask me is Trudeau Castro's son. Because that was a rumor that was started, I think, during COVID or something, and people always had, like, I don't, like, I'm like, some people are deep in that. Like, I was like, I have no idea. It's like
Nice,
wild. Um,
nice.
yeah, sir.
And
I want to pick your brain here because now, like,
please,
we've opened up a box. But how much time do I have of yours? Because I would take a bathroom break. Because
sure.
it's yeah. Once we start about politics, I have some questions in a good way.
All right.
But I'll take a bathroom break if that's okay.
Of course, you take a bathroom break. I'm going to chat with the chat. So at this moment, I'm going to
Okay.
turn it over to the chat. You guys get to play Eric Hansen.
Please
Hit me with
behave.
your question. Take off there. I'm wishing you much success in the bathroom. Abida, thank you for your amazing thoughts. Thank you for talking. Join our community Discord. What happened with you and your wife? Yvette and I, we had a long and beautiful, very, very beautiful, successful marriage and relationship. And we had been living in Holland, whew, geez, for quite some time, let's say more than 10 years. And I think most especially in the last 5 years, I was spending more and more and more time here in St. Louis. I was literally making the trip Amsterdam to St. Louis, let's just say 5 times a year. Um, it could have been more, 6 times a year. And let me just say that for myself personally, I have always, always suffered from jet lag. So if I'm coming or going, I need a week uh, to overcome the 7 hour time difference between Amsterdam and St. Louis. So if I come to St. Louis, like I'm just like in a fog the first few days, it gets better. And then a week into it, I'm back to normal. Spend, doesn't matter, 3 weeks in St. Louis. Otherwise, it makes no sense for me to come for 1 week, but let's say 3 weeks in St. Louis, fly back where I take another week to adjust back to Amsterdam time. So if you travel 5 times, pardon me, back and forth, in my particular case, you're looking at an additional 10 weeks of recovering to get back to normal. So, like, literally, my recovery was taking a good chunk of a year, and um, it was impacting our marriage. And I said to Yvette, "Look, Yvette, let's move to St. Louis. Let's just, pick up stakes and move. All my work is here. I can do 1,000 different projects. I can work for the club as a broadcaster, as a spokesperson. I can help with many of the projects, whether it be the coaching, the lecturing, the educational aspects. My goodness, the World Chess Hall of Fame. I'm just smiling already because of all of the marvelous exhibitions that take place there. I mean, we would be absolutely overjoyed. I have a lot of friends, my family, all live in St. Louis. Let's move to St. Louis. And conversely, Yvette was literally in the same situation. Yes, or elderly parents live in Hilversum, brother, nieces, nephew live in Hilversum, extended families, aunts and uncles, pardon me, and cousins from all over, friends. Her work, she has a marvelous job working for the city of Amsterdam. So there we were at mm, weighing scales. And really, I want to say more than anything, we were the victims of jet travel. Um, 300 years ago, people married locally. 300 years later, you could get on a flight and, just like that overnight, you're halfway across the world. And jet travel just changed, I want to say, the gene pool of the world. Uh, so Yvette and I, incredibly good relationships, even today. I mean, I have lovely, warm relationships with the whole Dutch family. So it was a very, very painful thing. And we discussed all kinds of arrangements. We'd have a home in Amsterdam, we have a home in St. Louis, we could fly back and forth and things like this. But it really meant that we were going to be separated for months at a time. And neither of us really wanted that. I didn't want to give up chess as a career. I could have stayed, I could have retired. I'll put it easily. I could have retired and financially really well off. I didn't have to do work, but I actually really take a great deal of love and pride and enjoyment of my work. And I really, really felt very strongly I needed to be in St. Louis. And the principal reason for that, by the way, is Rex Sinquefield. No, seriously. I think what Rex has done in America has transformed chess in America. And I felt, and I hate to use this word, but I will, a moral obligation to help Rex and his vision of what he was trying to achieve. I think every grandmaster in America should really just say each and every day, thank you. Thank you to Rex. And support Rex, whether if Rex calls you and says, could you come to dinner? I'm trying to impress the governor of Missouri, Eric Hansen. Could you get on a plane? I need you. I need your help. You just say yes. And I'll compare that for a moment to Vishy Anand. And Vishy Anand got a call from Modi's, the Prime Minister of India. Modi, let's say, has a chief of staff, and he calls Vishy and says, Vishy, Modi is having a state dinner in such and such a time in a few days. He has requested you to come to the dinner. Vishy doesn't hesitate. He says, I'm on my way. End of story. Nice story. But I really feel, and I've spoken, you've heard me speak earlier of chess as being an ambassador, that I see myself, I see Eric, I see every grandmaster as being an ambassador, not only for chess, but for their sport, for their family. They represent who they are. And for me, what Rex has done has been transformational. It's just really, really, really been great. If you haven't visited St. Louis, shame on you. Please make an effort to come to St. Louis. It really is an extraordinary experience. And as soon as, as soon as the chess club's remodeling is done, bam, boy, we're gonna compete with Sharjah and Dubai and Moscow as the best chess clubs in the entire world. And I'm not joking when I say that. But what he's done has been great. And so I felt very, very strongly that I have an obligation as a chess fan, a chess lover, a chess grandmaster to help him. So really, I'm here because of what he's done and what he is doing and what he continues to do. One of the great tragedies Eric, welcome back, by the way, is that Canada hasn't had if you will, pardon me for saying this, hasn't had a Rex Sinquefield. Canadian chess has struggled ever since I've played
Oh
chess,
yeah.
and you had a marvelous delegate. He was there for 30 years, and he
Nathan
helped.
Davinsky?
No, Nathan
No.
Davinsky was
No.
the delegate, but there was another guy who was a sponsor.
Prentice? Jim Prentice?
Yes, thank you. Prentice. So essentially, Canada had struggled mightily just to put a budget together for your Olympics teams, right?
Mm-hmm.
And not just your Olympic teams, but I think your Canadian championships as well. Just struggled to achieve those events. And I think in a lot of cases, the competitors reached into their own pockets to pay, whether it be their hotel bills, their food bills, whatever it is. And I think James Prentice, no, was it Jim Prentice? What was Prentice's first name?
For some reason I thought it was Jim, but this is way before my time, I
Yeah,
think.
let's say it was Jim Prentice,
James, maybe.
James Prentice. But it was Prentice who probably gave, I'm just going to throw out a figure, apologies, 30,000 Canadian a year. And he was one of Canada's richest men, by the way. And he went to the FIDE meetings for years and years and years and years. And he just, in a very, very quiet way, sponsored the teams, sponsored some competitions. But when he passed away, he left nothing to the Chess Federation, which, to my way of thinking, was ridiculous because he absolutely enjoyed chess and it played a big role. I mean, he spent literally hundreds of hours each and every year at the FIDE meetings, the board meetings, committees, and chess played an important role in his life. And yet he never left anything to chess. And that was very, very strange. But in a sense, chess, because we haven't had the Googles, we haven't had the corporate sponsorships, we have relied upon benefactors. And sometimes it has led to great things, but chess has basically had a difficult upbringing. And now online represents a totally new world, a completely different business models, a completely different ecosystem. And it's the online chess that, to my mind, has really advanced faster and faster. And it seems to me, by the way, I'm having a harder and harder time keeping up with all the online tournaments, you know. I mean, you tell me, it's been bountiful.
From what I know, actually, is there's a pullback in online tournaments.
Really? Okay.
COVID was like a bit of a golden period, but there's been a lack of
Yes,
sponsorship um,
the pandemic.
since then, and now that's why one of the things is I'm looking at the Champions Chess Tour. They have some funding from Saudi Arabia, but there's fewer events. There's no more Pro Chess League. If we
Ah,
talk about that ecosystem, I think I heard ICC is trying to reboot right now, but
that's great.
um, there aren't too many players in the game. So, at one point there might have been chess.com and chess24 with competing circuits. Now it's merged and it's also been reduced.
Right.
There's fewer events. It's been reduced a bit in its yeah overall.
Hmm.
Um, and I'm in the online streaming space, not just in chess.
Right.
Things haven't been going too well. Like Twitch loses a lot of money. There's been large layoffs and a huge loss of sponsors. And just
Really?
overall, the online model is having issues as well. It's better than it was pre-COVID, but in terms of even comparing to 2021, 2022, 2023, it's actually gotten reduced. And that's why if you look at online chess events and look at who's sponsoring it, you'll notice like fewer and fewer names or like companies people might recognize, and yeah, so it's not in the healthiest state in terms of an ROI. And online is doesn't have benefactors, so it's generally a for-profit model. So even that isn't, you got to look elsewhere. So another prediction is that for me to make is there definitely will be more gambling sponsors and sports betting sponsors in chess, just like sports
Mm.
has done it too, and they have really high revenues. But chess itself has, yeah, is still very much struggling in the for-profit model in terms of commercializing tournaments.
I
Commercializing tournaments. So putting together $200,000 prize event online and getting an ROI, getting enough ad revenue, that has
Mhm.
not been a proven model, and there's been issues with that, and not just in chess, in esports as well, and Twitch overall. For example, is the largest streaming site. So there's 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 cracks there. It's definitely not smooth sailing.
Okay,
But it's actually
everything.
it's actually like in the gutter. It's actually like not in a
Wow.
it's actually not in
So
a good space at all.
so everything you just said is shocking to me.
Yeah.
So if we can put it in math terms for a moment, our scale is 0 to 10, 0 being sub-zero, 10 being fantastic, absolutely. So pre-COVID, streaming, you might say, was running at a 2.
Hmm.
During COVID, it hit a 10. It was like
Hmm.
everybody was
Hmm.
stuck indoors and everything. And now, post-COVID, are we at a 6?
Probably a 5 trending down.
Probably a 5, even for trending down. So I thought, you've got Hikaru Nakamura. I see Hikaru often. We talk a lot when he's in town, and everything he says seems to be, higher, bigger, better, faster, wonderful. It's just like, he's so busy.
He did take
He
a
need
big casino sponsorship.
Okay. Yeah, fabulous. So, power to him. So I'm thinking, oh my gosh, streamer, the Levy. I've never
Hmm.
met him, by the way, never
Hmm.
spoke with him, but what he does is absolutely
Yeah.
fantastic. It seems to me he's going bigger, better, stronger. Botez sisters, bigger, better, stronger. So I'm thinking in my, little world here that these online guys are doing great, guys and gals are doing really, really great. And they're just lifting, that the tide is lifting and all boats are going up. I was aware, but there's so many online. I didn't realize the online tournaments. And as you were saying, the ROI, return on investment, hasn't been there. So they've been cutting back on tournaments. I didn't realize that because for
Are
some
you,
reason,
yeah.
it felt like there was so many tournaments going on all the time. I was losing track.
So you mentioned names, but you're not really mentioning like sponsors. So are there more people watching chess and stuff like
Good
that,
point.
consuming chess
I would say
content? Yeah, that's
no.
higher than a 5, especially on YouTube. But you're not talking about sponsors.
Right. I
There
haven't.
and the names are given. It's not like there's like yeah, heavy investment in chess from an advertiser perspective,
Right.
and that's because
Now,
advertisers have lost money.
now you mentioned Twitch, and my understanding is that they're Amazon owned, and Amazon is this amorphous corporation, so they own just so many different aspects of the internet world, Twitch being one of them. So for Amazon and Twitch, Amazon's looking at Twitch and saying, okay, it's a loss leader, but at a certain moment, it's going to become, like a YouTube. It's going to become like the financial center for content creators. Um, are you saying Twitch is in a danger zone?
Twitch has been in a danger zone for a long time. Oh
Really?
yeah.
I'm shocked. I
Well,
didn't.
they're
Why?
not profitable, but they're also not like diversifying revenue streams. So
Really?
this is all like, yeah, but
My
it's
head just exploded. I thought Twitch was the cat's meow, man, like
no,
YouTube.
no, 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 no. It's like and this can even apply to chess. Like, okay, you get a viewership, you get an audience, but unlike sports, football, let's say American football, um, the audiences are not monetized online. The ROI when they put out these budgets, like, hey, we got 20,000 people watching, companies bite
Beautiful.
at it, especially during COVID. They all tried it. They weren't getting sales or hitting their targets when they
Mhm.
advertised for streaming.
I see.
So their ad revenue is the main way
Driver. Yep.
driver of that's where the revenue comes from
Right.
cable television, from whatever it's like it's how you make the money. It's free to
Mhm.
watch streams for the most part, and yeah, so there's there's been big issues for a long time in that sense. So even if the chess audience has a bit more disposable income and is a bit older than maybe the gaming audience, which streaming sites are predominantly known for, it's still way below what companies are looking at. So they're not
Wow.
in
Okay. I
line
just got
to sponsor.
you just gave me a re-education, if you
But it's been
will.
like that always, but it's more pronounced now than ever because we've had the runtime of actually seeing how streaming, like, it's now we're well into the period of streaming sites being normalized. So companies have all the data to really support it, as opposed to those like 2, 3 years of investing and okay with a loss.
Right.
We're past that initial period. We're in the mature part of the industry,
It's,
relatively
yeah.
speaking, like 10 years in, and yeah, so a lot of the companies that were trying it out are not so much into it, and so
Well, you mentioned it, and I must say that several months ago I had read articles about online gaming and sports betting in particular. And we just had an election here in the United States, and had my Missouri ballot, and I'm going in there and I'm checking off who I'm voting for. And in my ballot, there was a number of things that asked the voters to approve for essentially the Constitution of Missouri, that they wanted to change it to allow online gambling and also to have more casinos. That literally the licenses that the Missouri state approves for casinos had all been given out, and they wanted more and they needed voter approval. So they had online gaming, gambling casinos, and so forth on the ballot. And in the articles I had read about uh, gambling and online gaming, it all seemed to suggest that this was like an incredibly fast growing area in the United States, and especially the sports betting space. So we all know that NFL, the National Football League in the United States, that football is, the big game. And the Super Bowl gets $1 billion, doesn't matter. That is bet on the Super Bowl, the finals at the end of the season. So sports betting was growing and growing and growing. And now the articles I've read are like it's not a mushroom cloud, but it really is. And now you just mentioned that Hikaru got a gambling
I'm not saying
sponsor,
he's
if
doing it
you
right
will.
now, but he's done it before, and I've done sports betting and sports fantasy.
Okay.
We've worked with that before. That's where
Uh,
a lot of the prospective sponsors are, because as you mentioned, that's the fastest growing space.
yeah. And in chess, now goes back, golly, I want to say that London, was it 1987? London 1987 was sponsoring a match between Kasparov and Karpov. And what they wanted to do was to allow the people who came in to watch the match to have these handheld devices so that they could cast a ballot on, I think it was called Predict a Move. That
Hmm.
sounds right. So they could predict the result, they could predict the very what the game, what move number the game would end on. they could predict the move, they could predict the opening, and so forth. So they had this idea, which was going to be a precursor to betting. And then I think it was something like, okay, you got this handheld device, you plugged in all of your variables, all your bets, all of what would be your wagers. You didn't have to pay a fee or anything like that. You didn't lose anything. And then the person who won the best prizes, who got the most right would win a prize, $50, 50 pounds, or maybe, Raymond Keene's best books. I don't know. But the idea was that if you go back to that period of time, that there was going to be chess bets or chess betting. And I think we flash forward another 10 years, and then there was some sports bookmakers, and maybe it was Ireland, who had chess bets or chess betting, if you will. Maybe that went on for a few years. You think that is a potential future?
It is. I mean, I can say I've dabbled in it. I mean, I personally do it a lot, but I've tried to bring it a little bit to chess, and it might happen. I mean, I know there's various opinions on that. Some of the concerns for chess is over like other things like match fixing and whatnot. But
Yeah, a big concern
on
right
my
there. You just said it.
so that's always been a struggle. But yeah, on my end, yeah, it is a possibility. I tried to, yeah, we've worked a bit with sports fantasy, um, sports lines. We did that last year, and yeah, you're gonna definitely hear different takes, and there's obviously negative possibilities, but it's also where advertisers are finding an ROI, obviously, because you advertise, and some people get into gambling, and you actually the companies make money from their advertising campaigns, and they didn't
Sure.
find that with traditional ads on some of these sites. So for sure, that option is going to be it's that's what's happened in traditional sports.
Right.
So maybe too much. If you watch it now, it's all about it's ingrained into the broadcast now, the betting, if you watch NFL or hockey. So it's
Yes.
really taken over. And I know this is being debated a lot. Even as someone, I like sports betting, doesn't mean I want to see the ads everywhere.
Right.
It's taken over. It's completely taken over, and it's a big debate in US, Canada,
I,
Australia, for
I
example.
was stunned actually watching a number of football games over the holidays, how much sports betting was coming on, and like, here's your twin who pops up. I think you should bet the team's going to win. And I was like, dang, because I have a confession to make. uh, I love American football. I grew up with it as a kid. I just thought it was great. Today I just don't have enough time to watch a 3-hour game, which is something I want to ask you about chess, by the way. Uh, and so I tend to go to the YouTube and watch a condensed highlights, if you will, especially as my beloved Cowboys are having the worst seasons ever.
It's unlucky your buddy Jerry Jones did not allow the Chicago Bears to interview Mike McCarthy. Not allowed. You're just yeah. Go
Interesting.
Cowboys.
Go Cowboys, right? And I've watched the highlights. So here I was over the holidays. Great, the football matches were on, and so I miss all of those commercials, if you will. And now suddenly I'm watching, the 3-hour broadcast, and I'm going, my gosh, when did that happen? And obviously it has occurred, and obviously it is occurring because money will go where the money is. And if people are betting. Now, as far as chess and, manipulating the market, you're not going to throw the game to me. I'm not going to throw the game to you. I'm not going to do any of that thing. But if you tell me and we tell one another that, hey, we're going to be playing a Sicilian dragon and neither of us can win before move 40, that's a kind of a match fixing, isn't it? Because we could
Uh,
predict the opening, and
Prop
we could,
bets, yeah.
yeah,
Oh yeah,
right?
no, it's tricky. It's tricky. Chess is tricky for that. So yeah.
Yeah. And suddenly you see this trend that, my God, that Yasser, he's really, really good at predicting the opening. between the players. I mean, that's an impressive record that guy's racking up over there, close to 85%. Shouldn't be right 100% of the time. So sports betting and chess, to me, had always been very, very tricky, but it had been benign as well. I mean, nobody was betting, $10,000 that Gary Kasparov was going to beat Anatoly Karpov. We thought he might win, but there was just no real. It wasn't big money. I'll put it like that. You might bet with your friend over a dinner. That was the stakes. But Brave New World, huh?
Yeah, people are betting. They bet on the World Blitz and Rapid, the big matches like the World Championship match. There's some markets that have quite a bit of volume. Poly Market, for example, had it for the World Blitz and Rapid. So
Mm.
it's starting a bit. I'm just talking about from an advertising perspective, that there's
Yeah.
a decline in a lot of the advertising on some of the streaming sites, and overall, the outlook hasn't been very good in terms of like finding that corporate sustainability. So the online space is definitely a lot worse in general.
Mhm.
It also is reflected too, like for streaming overall.
Mhm.
Streaming sites have, yeah, just pulled back. They've had layoffs. They've struggled to find a profitable model. So
Mhm.
the YouTube side of things is a bit different, but that's different than just straight streaming, and that's where people
But-
find some success. Not
Right.
necessarily in finding lots of sponsorship, but in terms of finding a consistent viewership
Right.
and making money off of that through just basic advertising. There is YouTube has there's been growth in chess, but streaming is
But
a different category. Yeah.
do reassure me, do please reassure me that my favorite streamers, the chess bras, are doing well, and you guys are not
It's
just.
all relative. You're happy to be able to do it, but it's all relative. Like last year was very tough for sure, and that's why you got to look
Okay,
for other sources and whatnot.
of revenues and
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So while you're celebrating your 10th anniversary, we can't. mm, you got to grow. You got to grow,
Yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
yeah, okay. Well,
I
Eric, I mean, I gotta say, I mean, I just love yourselves,
well, thank
obviously,
you.
but I just love that there are chess streamers and there's lots of them.
I don't know why,
And
by the way, when you
pardon?
mention that, when you say there's lots of them, to me there needs to like there should be a correction or something because where the market is right now doesn't sustain. It's a bit like when I talk about chess players spending thousands of dollars to play tournaments and playing at a loss. Where chess
Right.
is now and the money there for streaming
Yeah.
is way lower than they used to be, and there's more streamers, so something is off. There's a lot of
Uh-huh.
people
The market
that
hasn't grown,
no, it's
but there
oversaturated. It's oversaturated for sure.
and the saturation is higher.
Oh,
Wow.
absolutely. So it actually doesn't compute to me. And yeah, I'm familiar with some other numbers. Like there's more people
Wow.
streaming, making less, and I mean, chess players maybe in general aren't always too capitalistic. That's why in the
Right.
grandmasters there's a lot of like bizarre economic decisions, but it's in the streaming space as well. There's just there's definitely yeah
Wow. I
not
mean,
good money. Yeah, there's not good money being made in the streaming space.
again, I mean, my ignorance is at, full blossom because, again, I mean, in my, restricted little world and my own happiness and comfort zone, I was just applauding each and every one of you and just saying, you enrich my life. I have fun. I go on the chats and I'm playful with Ben Feingold, with either you yourselves, whoever I happen to be watching at that particular time. And I always had it in my mind that, just the fact that you're ongoing, that that things were going well. And I had no idea that things had really been in a downtrend. And post-COVID, I could easily imagine that because, yeah, we're all returning to the office. Uh, but still, it's kind of a shock and a rude one at that. I mean, dang, dude.
Well, it's just like, you need like long-term partners, just like we spoke about Google and the World Championship. And so like I spend most of my time trying to work on those, and we're streaming
Mhm.
on Kick, and I've worked with Kick for now, a year and a
I
half.
know. And
And
I
we've,
remember you making a
but
transition to Kick and back and
you
forth between
know,
Twitch and Kick, and you,
yeah, there's limited areas where you see an injection of resources into the space. And within
Mhm.
chess in the online space, it's not like there's a lot of competition, or it's not like there's like, yeah, just you know, a streamer being able to stream and have like a year-long deal where they get cash from a company. That's very rare. There's a period, there's like also the crypto space where there's some opportunities, and I've dabbled in
Right,
that, but like even that, the chess audience isn't too big on crypto, so we
right,
haven't really personally done it so much, but that was an area that was on Twitch, but it didn't do very well overall. So even some of those crypto companies aren't really budgeting or aggressively marketing. It's kind of past that period. So there aren't
right.
too many of these like new industries where it's like, yeah, we just want to put a bunch of um one sec. I just have to mod, sorry about that. Um so
Hmm.
yeah, like you'll see a healthy ecosystem when it's not based off of benefactors. When you see like partnerships with sustain like company like just with companies, when you see people like other sports, other areas, like um if chess boards were making a ton of money and you saw streamers with like, I don't know, advertising the boards or whatever, but like it needs to all make sense. It needs to all flow. Everyone
Right,
gets their thing. But as of right now, chess.com is the main company in this space, and they've supported a lot of the events, but
right.
it's not like an infinite marketing budget, especially and yeah, there's not. They're doing lots of events, and I know like there are events, but relative to before, it's
Hmm.
not as substantial, um, because where's the ROI? If
Okay.
memberships are the main way
Yes.
you know,
Yeah.
like, but just
Membership.
watching, when I watch a broadcast of anything, it could be chess, it could be esports, it could be sports, or it
Right.
could be the election and watching ads like that. It's like I pay attention to the ads. You have to understand what's paying for this broadcast, what's paying for the talent,
Mhm.
what's paying for the production. So if you do that in chess, then it gives you a good idea, right? So if we look at the World Blitz and Rapid, it's sponsored by Freedom Holding, which is a company in Kazakhstan with their founder, and
Right.
uh, it's a bit ambiguous to me, but it's money from Eastern Europe, Asia. It's not
Right.
really connected to like an ROI that like, oh, I'm watching, I'm going to be able to do something with Freedom Holding. I can't even engage with the product. It feels like a benefactor. As far as I know, the owner of that, Timur, he's like maybe the president of the Kazakh Federation, so it's a benefactor.
Right. See, and very, very good that you bring up Timor and Freedom Holdings, because that specifically, what you just mentioned, to me, that's a thank you note.
Yeah, it
You know,
is. It is. Oh yeah.
it just I'm enormously, enormously grateful, and it's like what I was saying about my traveling to Yugoslavia or the Soviet Union and winning rubles. Like to me, money's green, and if Timor comes in and says, you know what, I really like this World Championship in Blitz, and I'm going to sponsor it, as you say, as a benefactor, you would rather see Freedom Holdings do it because it makes financial sense to them as opposed to just being a benefactor. But yeah,
And then a
uh,
counterexample is World Blitz and Rapid should be a marquee event.
of course.
But in Norway, it is. They send their TV crew, it's on television, so somebody from Norway watching it understands because they're
Hey,
monetizing it through people actually watch. So the television company pays FIDE for the rights, and that channel makes money through advertising to the Norwegian audience. But that's again a very
fantastic.
specific example, but that is a proper model that
Agreed.
works. But you're not, if
Wholeheartedly
you're
agreed.
watching other events, you take a look at the sponsors or lack of, and you generally will be able to get an idea about whether it makes money or not. And in chess, Well, the answer is no. It can either be even because there's a benefactor covering the costs, or it's going to be losing money.
Interesting. Um, we'll start to wrap things up, but I was very, very intrigued what you were saying about chess and esports and freestyle chess, if you will, for just a moment, because here we are, we're at the start of the year, 2025. We hope this year is going to be better than the next year, and and we're all eager and want chess to blossom. Um, you see, proper commercial sponsorships, the correct way of doing things, the commercial way, if you will, coming down the pike in 2025?
Not through freestyle chess because it's going to have an inherently much smaller audience. Chess is already hard
Right.
enough to explain to people and to get them into and to make it an actual consumer product. Freestyle
Right.
chess just goes deeper into that hole.
The benefactor hole.
Yes.
Yes.
So no, absolutely not. It's fun for the players, not having to study as much theory. I enjoy it. It's going to benefit a small select group of top players.
Agreed.
So it's not really an overall like, yeah, for the ecosystem, it's not going to be trickling down, and it's not going to be bringing in, uh, yeah, it's not going to have the viewership numbers because there's just a lot. We have the chess pool, and then that's already a smaller pool within the chess. So many people are
Agreed.
just trying to get good at chess or understand the rules, like actually feel like they understand chess, and
Right.
they're not even in a position to, that's not our issue right now. Um, so yeah, it's more money in chess, but it's selective.
I remember a dear friend of mine, he's passed. His name was Fanuel Adams, and Fan lived in New York City, and he was supporting the American Chess Foundation, and then became the Chess and Schools Foundation. And he was really upset about the fish at random. It was threatening at various times to break out and have tournaments. And he said, "Damn it, Yasser." And I said, "What's your problem, Pat?" He said, "Here I am, working all my life. I'm a very, very solid 1400 rated player, and I've devoted, countless hours to the French defense. And now with Fisher Random, like, the one thing I
Yeah, yeah,
can't do
yeah. All that
anymore is
opening
play the
work.
French defense."
Yeah, I guess you could still try. It just might not work.
A lot of amateurs are probably upset, like Fan, that,
Yeah,
whether,
amateurs, exactly. No, that's what you need, and
yeah,
they're still struggling on other things. Like it's not like
exactly.
this isn't so to me this is I'm not super optimistic. I understand why players like it, but of
Mm.
course it's not going to be the breakthrough. It's not like chess's revised rules is what's going to crack, crack the
When we
barrier.
talk about the 10 years of chessbrah, by the way, and you've got kind of encompassed the entire spectrum of various sponsorship models and various things you've done. But when we talk about esports, you mentioned the chess league that had been played on chess.com. That's disappeared, but you also had your own esports team that you were sponsoring, and you were telling me about guys playing in Germany and, and other places. Um, Talk to me about esports and chess, because you were
Well,
mentioning that
chess was trying to be an esport for a while, but that kind of didn't work out during COVID. I know
why?
theirs works. Well,
Why didn't it work out?
esports has been suffering heavily. A lot of
Has
esports
it
models have broken. A lot of game,
really?
yeah, which doesn't surprise me because a lot of the initial money into esports was venture capital, and
Yes.
they're talking about big numbers, younger audiences, new world, and at the end of the day, VC money has dried up a lot. Just overall, the ecosystem, the investor ecosystem, in the U.S. and Silicon Valley, it's more conservative. It's past its super high valuations during certain periods, and
Okay.
yeah, a lot of most esports endeavors have failed to ever be profitable, and there's very few profitable examples. There are some that have like
Mhm.
long-term deals. There's a few esports organizations, teams. There's a few examples, but a lot of them have just lost money for 5, 10 years, and that horizon it passed, and so like the model it's no longer that buzzword, let's say, where it's like esports means we can get a younger, cheaper audience, blah blah
Right.
blah, connect everyone. It's no longer like that. So there's a few successful esports, but most of them have struggled, and even the ones that are successful had to reduce their expectations or what they wanted to do. Like franchising leagues, paying $25 million to have a team in an esports league. That's what Blizzard
I
was charging. That
I
completely
think
failed.
I think Dallas Cowboys
Exactly.
also.
It's those NFL teams put some money in just as speculation.
Right.
No RO, like total disaster.
Okay.
Um, so esports has been going through a correction. That's in a
Okay.
it was a much worse bubble than chess. Um, um, and so chess hasn't been attaching itself to that too much because
Mhm.
yeah, there's just not the optimism and money flowing as there was before. So yeah, I mean, esports. Some of the night one of the nicer events of last year was the Esports World Cup in Saudi Arabia. Just
Okay.
massive, massive prizes coming from the Saudi, investment fund that's doing all these
Right.
sports, and they're not looking for huge ROI because they don't need it initially, right? It's just like
Right.
what they've done in other sports, and that's where, yeah, that's where there's been some injection. They have some Counter-Strike teams now. Counter-Strike's one of the more expensive esports, so
Right.
there's money coming from that, but that's a
Mm.
different kind of money too because it's like the Saudis have a lot of money to spend and they're trying, they're not trying to get an ROI initially, especially on these sports ones. But in terms of like gamers playing in front of big audiences and
Right.
monetizing that, it's it's yeah, there's far more examples of failures than successes, and there's been lots of layoffs and pullbacks and
Wow.
rethinking models altogether.
Wow. I can see this. First of all, I find the whole discussion extremely, extremely fascinating. Anytime, I try to look into the crystal ball, my cracked crystal ball, and imagine the future. These kinds of conversations are very prominent in my thinking because I have always eh, kind of thought that the marriage between television and chess is a poor one, whereas the marriage between the internet and chess is a great one that promises ever more delights and everything like this. And we're getting to the very serious part of our discussion. So I'll just ask the crucial question. How are your Nifties doing?
Oh, I haven't been paying attention to them. For me, the one I had was is
Yes.
cool and it retained value. I had
Did
one as
it?
my profile, but that's like a high quality one. I don't check so often because that's like in my eyes in this speculative category. If you have a
Okay.
portfolio and you have a higher risk tolerance, then they say you can put a small percentage of that in crypto. If you have a higher risk tolerance than that, you can put a smaller percentage of that into Nifties. But I don't do that myself. I listen to people that are in the space, but I haven't touched anything in that area in a couple of years.
Oh,
But crypto has obviously done very well.
well,
Um,
depending on whether you're in Doji or
no, I
Bitcoin
just
or
mean when I
Ethereum,
say crypto, I mean the legit stuff.
the legit
I'm
stuff. I
not
get
going
it.
down these rabbit hole. I just like Bitcoin, Ethereum, like
Right. No,
just a stable,
that
like yeah, like that's I,
You know, it's actually funny. I apologize for being an idiot, but in my mind, when you're talking about Twitch and esports and the explosion, the number of presenters online is growing higher. You know, I wrongfully connect that whole group, if you will, with crypto. I mean, so
no, yeah, yeah.
and crypto is doing great. I mean, Bitcoin blasted through $100,000. It may have corrected, doesn't matter, but it went from literally nothing to $100,000. And I think the future of Bitcoin might even be higher yet, right? Like, I mean, it hasn't seen its peaks, but the idea was like, I wrongfully had this connection. that
I wish.
cryptocurrencies
I
is like
wish. Chess
the
players are very conservative.
the digital currencies of the future. And
Yeah, chess players are very conservative. There's certainly a aspect of the viewership. There's a high percentage of chess fans in
Mhm.
general that work in the tech space and STEM,
Yes, that's
and
true.
people that
So
work in
true.
tech have more exposure to crypto
Right.
bros, right? They're the
Yeah,
crypto bros. But in terms of
exactly.
like, but no, there's been um, when there's crypto sponsors, people aren't happy in chess.
Hmm.
NFTs, when chess.com rolled it out, was a big failure, although I'm not surprised. So they immediately took that off. Like you could mint your games. The chess audiences are I've not a big no. Maybe at the very casual level, but overall, no.
No, it's
Um,
not.
Even amongst
Wow.
GMs, a small percentage have done it and done well as a result. Because as a
Right.
chess player, you kind of have to manage, your investments pretty carefully as with your limited
Yeah.
resources. But
Speaking myself, I've never gotten into crypto full stop. I mean, I'm a computer idiot. So, I mean, just the idea of having a wallet and figuring out,
that
how,
stuff is a bit annoying, by the there's a learning curve. Yeah,
of
yeah,
course. Only my friend Christian Chirilla years ago got into it, and Bitcoin especially, and it was, urging me very, very strongly to get into it. I did not. He did well, power to him. But one of the things that really bugged me about the space, and literally him in particular, Christian, was that Bitcoin is traded literally 24 hours a day. So, as a Bitcoin speculator, what he ended up doing was just picking up his phone
yeah.
and, see,
No,
and
you're
seeing
you're on
what it was
your
trading at.
yeah, 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 yeah. No, for sure.
And I mean, he probably, I'm not joking, probably 20 times a day, he would just look at
Oh,
the
that's not a
most
lot.
recent
Yeah.
price. And, I'm saying, dude, Christian, you're not going to sell it. You really have great expectations. So just ignore it. It's like you bought a house. You don't have to check every minute of the day if the house appreciated or depreciated. And literally, he was doing that. Like, I don't care, 14 waking hours in a day, 16 waking hours in a day. So we would check hourly. I mean, that made no sense to me. So that was one of the reasons I think I avoided Bitcoin is literally I didn't want to trade anything.
But markets have been moving so that you can trade more hours. Like the stock market is trending in that direction as well.
I hate that thought. I mean, I really do. I mean, I do have a portfolio of stocks, and I love it when the market closes. I don't have to look. I mean, it's great. It's finished, And I like holidays when I like weekends.
I I wanted, yeah, no, that it's why the general demographic of crypto is predominantly like young guys, and from what I've seen, mainly like single young dudes with, some time, you
Right.
know.
Let's give the audience a bit of a chat
Well,
here.
the previous discussion before we took a break was where I was quite curious because it actually
Please.
does affect. I mean, we're talking about where money comes from, but we're talking about the politics of where you play in events. And I was going to ask you, is
Yeah.
there is there an exception? Is there a situation where you draw the line and you're like, I can't play in a country? Like, like,
I tr-
like, yeah.
I I truly hope the answer to your question is no. I truly do. There was a country in my period of time that was essentially toxic. Okay. I'm probably using the wrong word, and I'm not being politically correct as I
That's
should
okay.
be. But in my time, South Africa. South Africa was a country where the apartheid existed. And literally, the opponents, if you will, of apartheid, the black majority, as symbolized by Nelson Mandela, literally asked artists and sportsmen not to come to South Africa, to boycott the government, and in fact, to throw the South African rugby team out of rugby and not to participate. So I'm thinking of the musician, uh, Bridge Over Troubled Waters, Simon and Art Garfunkel, Paul Simon. He went to Black South Africa and he did an album with musicians from South Africa. And I forgot the album's name, but in my opinion, personally, it was an absolutely fantastic album. I mean, it was great. And the Black musicians of South Africa, there was an outpouring of happiness that he had gone to South Africa. He had broken this boycott. These politicians within the oppressed Black African Congress, uh, for the good of the country, we should burn it down. For the good of the country, we should prevent sports. For the good of the country, we should not embrace art. For the good of the country, we will not entertain music. It's like, what? Are you friggin' out of your head? So there was Paul Simon. He goes to South Africa. He makes this absolutely fantastic album, just brilliant, and brings a lot of money to the musicians who worked with him on that album. And they did documentaries about this. I mean, they just, I mean, it's tearful. It's just brilliant. These unbelievable musicians from South Africa never had a voice, never had a platform that they could show how really good, what great musicians they were. Along comes Paul Simon, makes this album, sells millions of copies, and he is eviscerated in the mainstream media. He is an outcast. He is, a black sheep. He broke the boycott. He did terrible things. He made millions of dollars. Yeah, keep going. He made millions of dollars. He made millions of dollars for those black musicians of South Africa, and they were grateful to him. So when I think of the toxic nation, I think South Africa. And I think a lot of grandmasters, for their own political, personal reasons, did not go and did not play in tournaments. And I think a lot of other grandmasters, including one, Victor Korchnoi, very, very close personal friend of mine, did go to South Africa. And the chess players of South Africa were enormously grateful that he played and participated and came to South Africa. Uh, while at the same time, FIDE was saying, you're a bad person. You should not have gone and played in South Africa. And I've already told you my views of being an ambassador and a sportsman. FIDE has no right to speak like that whatsoever. End of story. So for me, if you want to make an economic boycott, I get it. You don't want to buy food that's grown in the West Bank. Got it. Great, no question about it. Like you can do whatever economic boycotts you want, but don't tell me that an Israeli composer is going to be stopped at the border. Don't tell me that. I don't want to hear that. Don't tell me that a Canadian musician cannot travel to Israel today and perform. I don't want to hear that. That's garbage. So you can have your wars and keep that separate. But to me, when I was growing up and I was playing chess and I was at my peaks and levels, the toxic country was South Africa. And the national the party that was Nelson Mandela's party literally asked the world to boycott South Africa. And I think they were dead wrong in that decision. As far as the culture went, economically, you don't want to buy the white farmers' products. I get that. But please allow the people their sports. Please allow the people their arts, because those people must have a voice. It is the artists of the world. It is the sports people of the world. It is the musicians of the world that make this world a better place. And if you're going to rip up their careers and say, don't go here and don't go there and don't go there, the only place we'll ever be able to perform is neutral Switzerland. Neutral Switzerland, who, by the way, is no longer neutral, or neutral Austria, which, by the way, is no longer neutral, or neutral Finland, which, by the way, has now joined NATO. I mean, if the only countries of the world that could host were somehow these beautiful OECD nations that had overcome the trivialities of our human nature, and they were perfect, and only the perfect nations could host, you're talking a very few number of
Yeah.
countries that should have artists and musicians and sports people. So in my day, it was South Africa. Today, it might be North Korea. Today, it might be Israel. Today, it might be Saudi Arabia, by the way. Saudi Arabia is very, very, comes under condemnation. My president, Joe Biden, spoke very, very badly about the government of Saudi Arabia in the early part of his term. So, I mean, who's bad and who's good? I don't want to get into that discussion. You personally might not want to buy a product, whatever that product might be, from any particular country. You're welcome to do that. I support you in your decision, but do not stop a chess player from crossing a border. Don't stop a musician. I mean, think about it, Eric. Imagine a Salvador Dali, a beautiful artist. Pick an artist was to visit your home city.
Hmm.
I mean, Yo-Yo Ma, he came to St. Louis. I went to the concert. It was wonderful. This man is a beautiful man. He's a humanitarian. I mean, absolutely fantastic. It was a wonderful night. And I think everybody who went to that concert, and I mean, there's like, dang, dude. I mean, I'm telling you, there's like 5,000 people in the music hall were uplifted, right?
Yep.
I mean, I am telling you, my life is a better life thanks to Yo-Yo Ma.
Hmm.
And my life is a better life thanks to Magnus Carlsen coming and playing in New York City, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, all the way down the line. And I just hate it. I hate these political boycotts of nations where their sports teams aren't allowed to compete, and so on and so on. I hate to sound like a
No,
broken
it's okay.
record.
No.
There it is. I just want to emphasize that today I think there should be open borders where certain people are concerned. And in my day, South Africa was the toxic country. Maybe today there's one or two or three. How about yourself? I
Well,
have
yeah. I
spoken
mean,
on this point.
we can speak about like it connects a little bit to the earlier discussion about advertisers and where they come from and how they're perceived in social media because if there's advertising money in chess, or ideally there's like, different partners and things like that. Let's say myself, I decide to play in Russia.
For
I'll
example,
just uh, get shredded. Like it would just be a no. I don't have the urge to, but the social media, potential
would he
fallout,
eviscerate you?
it's not even a possibility. So like, yeah.
Yeah. So
Um,
that decision you would make on a
I
personal
could fly to
level.
Turkey and then go there, but that would just be like suicide in some
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah. Suicide of your brand name, suicide of your product. So literally, the vast majority of players never visited South Africa, never had an interaction with the South African players, never uplifted like Yo-Yo Ma did for me, uplifted me by competing in South Africa. And just as you said, today, like, Russia is, a you just don't go there. You can't go there because you would be committing economic suicide. That was the case uh, in my time. And yet at the same time, I'm calling BS and I'm saying that should not be how it's done. And it's actually the contrarily opposite, where culture is concerned, the best thing that could happen to a country like Cuba today, or any of these countries that are ostracized, is that you have goodwill exchanges. And I would love more, Cuban sports people to be allowed to compete and show their skills. To me, that's great. And that's what they live for. So when I talk about this Paul Simon album, you can't imagine, unless you watch the documentaries about that specific album, unless you see them, unless you hear the voices of those Black musicians from South Africa who said, thank you. Thank you to Paul Simon. Thank you for giving them a voice. Uh, I think it's going to change your perspective. But unless somebody really says you're wrong, I totally disagree with you. Educate yourself. Find out what it means to be a sportsman, to be an ambassador uh, for your sport, for your nation, for your family, for yourself. Uh, don't I would never ridicule you if you went tomorrow to Russia, but your problem is that the vast majority of people do not think like me.
That's
They
right. No,
would
no, no. That's
ridicule
right.
you.
That's
Yeah,
no. You have a consistent perspective, but especially in the age of social media,
yeah.
um,
And the social
it's
media, the digital mob
yeah.
can destroy, it can lift you up and it can destroy you it can turn against you. And that's tragic because I think it's ignorance uh, of the world we're living in again and again and again. When you think about these nations where this ostracism has occurred, and you think about just the common man, the common person, and their lives, and what it would mean for them to be embraced by the world, to be able to tell their story. I think it would just, you know, force us to rethink the whole concept of borders. I mean, these borders that we have, by the way, they're all man-made, right? I mean, by definition, what is a national border after all, right? Uh, all of these things, and this idea that I'm not allowed to interact with you. Imagine that Nepo, bless his heart, who, by the way, is world champion, co-world champion of Blitz, was to challenge me to a match. Now, I'm not saying that I would have any chance. He'd destroy me. Why would he challenge me anyway? Maybe he would prefer to play me a match in S chess. And he knows in this case I'd kick his ass. So he says, yes, come to Moscow. Let's play in a theater. I got my good buddy over here. He'll put up some rubles. I want to go in Moscow anyway, and I end up playing a match against uh, Nepo in Moscow. I come back and I'm totally eviscerated. Like I'm persona non grata. Maybe my chess federation tries to pass a motion that I'm no longer the Grandmaster of the Year. I'm the opposite of
Yeah.
I'm a lousy POS,
Yeah.
right? Uh, that's one variation. Second variation, Nepo says, yes, I owe you a dinner. I go, yeah, you do. He says, okay, would you come to Moscow and I'll cook you a dinner? I'm on my way. So I go to Moscow, I have a dinner, nobody knows about it. I go home. Oh, by the way, during the dinner, we play an S chess match, just for the fun of it, right? And I win, but nobody knows about it. I mean, to my way of thinking, that's absolutely bogus and ridiculous. Nepo is the world champion in Blitz. This is his craft. This guy's great. And he just played a match against an American grandmaster, and we can't show it, we can't see it because it would ruin our reputations. It would be dreadful, even though the games were wonderful. So it's very frustrating because I think that artists lift the world, make the world a better place. And you're saying, or not you, obviously, but the politicians that lead my country, that lead your country, that lead the world, are saying, stop it. Don't go and compete. And we're like, why? Because we're boycotting them. They're evil. Really? They're evil? Yes, they're evil. Who made that determination? We did. I'm like, what? It's senseless. So I feel very, very badly for the Russian players. And in the same way, I want to say that I have a lot of Ukrainian grandmaster friends, by the way, a lot. And they're against the war. They're this and there's that. But if you talk to those Ukrainian grandmasters too, by the way, they'll be the first to tell you that they have a lot of Russian friends. And the war is a terrible, terrible thing that prevents them from playing in competitions. It's dreadful.
But what do you say to
But
those Ukrainian friends that are in support of a boycott of Russian players? Because quite a
they
few
shouldn't be.
Ukrainian players have spoken
They
about
shouldn't
that.
be. They're wrong. They're wrong-headed to do that because of everything I previously explained. Like today, it might seem to a lot of people in the world that America is doing a lot of damage, that we have Kofi Annan of the United Nations, the head of the United Nations at the time, called our war in Iraq illegal. That
Mhm.
according to Kofi Annan, we, America, had no right to attack and destroy Iraq, which we did. I don't know why we're in Syria today, for example, but we have had wars overseas uh, essentially for my whole life. America has been at war overseas. So we have done a lot of damage and we have killed a lot of people. So America, if a lot of people in the world, let's say the global majority, were to say, America, you're a bad person, you're a bad nation, it would be hard to argue. I would say that we have done more damage than good in the wars that we have fought. So I'm sitting there saying, okay, if the rest of the world were suddenly to say, yes, sir, because you come from an immoral country, you're not allowed to compete in our nation anymore. I'd be, That's dreadful. And so to those Ukrainian grandmasters who are saying, yes, I support the boycott, be very, 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 very careful because the shoe could easily turn around and be on the other foot. And you don't understand who you are by calling for a boycott. You are an ambassador for the sport. You help improve the world by competing. I love it when Magnus Carlsen competes. I hate it when he doesn't, when he withdraws from a tournament. As a chess fan, uh, I'm sorrowful. So yeah, I mean, this whole discussion about artists, sportsmen, musicians, uh, to my mind, they are special persons. And it just so happens I happen to be a sportsman, so I'm elevating myself. And I am aware of the conflict there in doing so, but it doesn't make it any less true of what I've just said. And I think those people, and I'm just mentioning those particular, but I could expand it. You know
So,
what I'm
so,
saying here. You know,
so,
philosophers
so like Karyakin being kicked out of the candidates is one of the
hated it.
biggest, one of the, from a chess
Right.
perspective, one of the
I I
worst.
I think Sergey being kicked out of the candidates was vastly approved or applauded by the majority of people. And I totally disagreed with the decision. I thought that was a horrible, horrible, horrible decision. End of story. That's it. That's my view. And that goes against the grain
It does. No, no, no.
completely.
You're completely. Yeah, that does.
That's
Because he's
against the
spoken in
grain.
favor of the, people of. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hey, look, dude, this is so stupid. Let's stop and think about this. Sergei Karyakin was booted out not because he left the Ukraine and became a Russian citizen. No, he was booted out because he said, I support the president of my country. I support Vladimir Putin. I, Sergei Karyakin, a Russian citizen, support the president of Russia. That was why he was booted out. If he had said, I, Sergei Karyakin, a former Ukrainian, abhor the war, and I think Putin, what he did, it was dreadfully wrong, people would say, great, 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 continue to play. Now, stop and think about this for a moment. Imagine we were in the Olympics. We were on a 4x4 relay team. And, you know, somebody's handing me the baton and I represent the United States and I'm getting ready,
Yeah.
give me the baton. And before the baton is handed to me, an IOC official says, Yasser, do you support your president, Biden? And I go, yeah, of course I do. And I grab the baton and I take off. I have to be politically correct. Is that what you're telling me? And if I don't support the global narrative, that disqualifies me from running my race, from being a sportsman. I was shocked that who's the FIDE? Who's the FIDE to who elected the FIDE officials to decide who is politically good and who is politically bad? Uh, is President Xi of China to be politically approved? China can only play in sports if President Xi changes his country's behavior. Like, it's crazy to me that FIDE officials think that by destroying the Russian Chess Federation, they're helping chess. Like, what? Recently, by the way, we're talking about controversies. I believe the Russian Chess Federation moved from the European chess
To Asia. Yep. Yeah. A couple
to
years
the
ago.
Asian
Yep. Yep.
chess union because the European chess union was trying to do everything to destroy the Russian players from being able to compete. It's like, your seniors can't play. Your juniors can't play in the European Championship. Your top players can't play in the European Championship. So we want to kick you out of the European Union. And it's sort of like, okay, I guess everybody is going to be happier if the Russian Chess Federation moves over to Asia. Like, why do we play sports if not to keep politics aside? Imagine,
But
imagine
you know
a
you're going against the grain in chess, so it's very interesting to hear, like just even overall the stance
well,
and everything. Like,
imagine if we tweak for a moment just one word from
sure.
our whole discussion. We take the word politics out and we replace it with religion. So unless your religious views align with mine, you have to state anytime I ask you, is Jesus Christ your Lord and Savior? And if you say yes, you can compete. Now, if you're Buddhist, you say, well, no, he's not, you can't compete. If you're a Muslim and you say, well, Jesus Christ isn't my Lord and Savior, I really, really, really want to play. Can you say, is it okay if I say I admire him? No, you got to say it this way. It's religious belief instead of a political belief. I mean, just imagine, Eric, how screwed up that the whole world would be. And this idea that politics should destroy the career of Sergei Karyakin, who, by the way, because you mentioned Fabiano, and you mentioned Fabiano's wonderful, wonderful success in 2018, right? Where he held Magnus to a draw. Sergei Karyakin, one of the best chess players in the world. You tell me you think you could hold Magnus Carlsen to a draw in a classical match? You
No,
know,
no, of course not.
I mean, come on,
Yeah, yeah. Well,
the
he was pushing
guy
Magnus. Yeah, yeah,
right? The
yeah.
guy, not only was he one of the very, very, very best players in the world, this is a man who had devoted himself to his craft to get to that position of challenger, to compete on equal terms with Magnus Carlsen, the GOAT. And now let's destroy him because he supports the president of his own country. Wow. I mean, wow. I mean, you would expect most people to be nationalistic, to support the president of the country, regardless of what country they might be in. Serbia, the United States. I may have a beef with Joe Biden, but I mean, it really, really does confuse. And for me personally, the fact that Sergei Karyakin today, this moment, is still persona non grata, I mean, I think that's horrifying, horrifying. I hate it. I I mean, it's not like I want to turn around and make a tournament for him to compete in, but I would love to see him return to chess uh, today, tomorrow, the next day. I mean, it's terrible. I mean, he devoted his life to chess. He became one of the best grandmasters in the world, and he can't compete because he supports the president of his country. Wow, right? Like,
Is there a
oh,
line there where someone is more active than that, like saying I support the war, or like I don't know, having a tournament in disputed territory? Is there a point where it's bad because it encroaches on others' ability to participate? So I'm
uh,
saying like you can say I support my president, things like that, but if you're like a little more active than that, like you know,
okay, there you go.
I understand what you're saying. By the way,
A
I'm just
name doesn't
pushing
come
a
to
little bit.
mind at the moment. A name doesn't come to mind at the moment. But just imagine Jimmy Stewart. There you go. Jimmy Stewart. He's this Hollywood actor. Okay. Jimmy Stewart, he does all of these movies. And Jimmy Stewart, for a lot of people who don't know this, was a master general. That is to say, he was a general in the US Armed Forces. Okay. He was awarded many medals for his role in the war. And he comes back to Hollywood and he becomes a successful um, Hollywood actor. Now, imagine today that Jimmy Stewart could not travel to Iraq, a country that, or could not travel to Vietnam or any other country that America had invaded because of there being um, soldiers in a war. So they couldn't do a Hollywood movie in Vietnam or Iraq. Okay. Now just put that aside for a moment. And let's say that Sergei Karyakin was a soldier in the war in the Donbass of Ukraine. So there he is. He's an active soldier. He returns from duty. There's a pause, and he happens to play in the Moscow Championship. And of course, since it's the Moscow Championship, it's great. He's allowed to play and compete, and everybody applauds his performance. But Sergei Karyakin gets invited to go to a country across the border, let's say Poland. And this is very unlikely that the Poles would invite Sergei Karyakin to play in a, let's call it a blitz championship of Poland. In fact, there might be 1,000, 100,000 protesters saying, Sergei, go home.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like he's not allowed to compete. Not only because he's Russian and he supports Putin, but he's actually a soldier.
Hmm.
He's actually under arms. He could wear his uniform. And so it's one thing to say, I'm against the war in the Ukraine. It's another thing to have your face rubbed in. And there he does. He comes to New York. He plays in the World Blitz Championship, and he wears a Russian soldier's outfit with his medals of da, 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 da. I mean, people would be outraged. Good, good. That's my be outraged. But again and again and
Should still
again
be
and
able to
again,
compete. Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
He is a sportsman. He's dedicated himself. He has his craft. Uh, you may say my life was enriched by Yo-Yo Ma. Good. That's my view. You may say Sergei Karyakin competing in this or last year's New York Blitz Championship did not improve my life. That I hated the fact that the FIDE allowed him to play in the Blitz Championship. Good for you. That's your point of view. I'm saying whether you like it or not, he is an ambassador for chess. He is a competitor. He should play under the Russian flag. And that's it. That's Johnny Ballgame. That's it.
Okay.
Now, if you have a problem with that, then you have a problem with every sports official. You have a problem with every artist. You have a problem with every musician. Paul Simon should not go to the Ukraine. Paul Simon should not go to Russia. Paul Simon should be assigned to live in New York and only perform in those countries that are approved.
Yeah.
according according to the White House, according to somebody, according to Ottawa. I mean,
Got it.
grow up. Like, come on. I mean, that's not the world we live in, and that should not be the world that we live. The world we live in is a lot poorer for the political decisions that we made regarding Cuba, the whole boycott. That's ridiculous. Get rid of that. To stop athletes from competing their crap. Come on. And by the way, again and again and again, Sergei Karyakin today, the vast majority of the people of the chess world are happy that he's been, has he been, by the way,
Reinstated?
or forbidden to play? I
I don't
mean,
know. I assume I think he's only played in Russia, but I'm not totally up to date.
me either, me
But maybe
either.
he stopped playing because of some banning thing. Give me 30 seconds. I'll be right back. Then we can try to wrap up. One sec.
Okay, I get a question from chat. So it says Sergey was only banned for 6 months. He chose to stop uh, playing because of the FIDE banning the Russian flag. Uh, Edwig writes, if Paul Simon had been black, he'd never have gone into South Africa to make that album. Are you absolutely sure you are right, Edwig? Do you know your history? Are you telling me there was no black musician, no Ray Charles that broke the boycott? I am not sure. I can't think of a black musician who broke the boycott, but I would be shocked if there wasn't at least one black artist, American black artist, musician that said, I want to visit South Africa. I'm not so sure.
Like I was kind of wondering, even related to this, do you feel comfortable competing in places, or even for myself, considering places where not everyone can compete in? So that could be in the Middle East, depending on which country one side can, you know what I mean? It could be,
Yes.
like, is it okay to compete in tournaments where they have their ongoing politics? So like,
Right. Well,
okay,
let me
yeah,
give you an example, a very salient example, if you don't mind for just a minute. Sorry to interrupt you.
no, no, go
So
ahead.
South Africa, pardon me, South Africa, Saudi Arabia organizes a tournament. Let's call it the World Blitz Championship. And Saudi Arabia says, great prizes, everybody compete. By the way, we're going to have two sections, one male, one female. In the female section, you have to wear the hijab. You have to cover your hair, so
Hmm.
because that's our
Be modest,
cultural
yeah.
norm. Okay, so here I have a perspective that maybe a lot of people don't will agree or disagree. So you as a sports person, a lady in this case, are given an opportunity. You can come and compete in South Africa. It's Saudi Arabia, but you must wear the hijab. Uh, and you say, no, that's a religious symbol, that's a sexist symbol. I don't like it. I won't feel comfortable because that was what prompted me from your question. Like, would you go and compete in a tournament where maybe the cultural norms, the political norms, the religious norms would not make you comfortable? So a lot of ladies said, you know what? I don't want to play. Our own Nasi Pakitsa, for example, said, I don't want to play. And this is very, very sad for Nasi and for the organizers as well, because it's a world championship. Hey, who doesn't want to compete in the world championship? Who doesn't want to say, I had a chance to win the world championship. I could have been world champion. I mean, this is fantastic. This is an opportunity of a lifetime. But hey, I would feel uncomfortable wearing hijab. For me, I would say I support Nasi completely. I'm always on the favor of the players. Don't feel comfortable, don't go. End of story. Uh, in this particular case, Saudi Arabia, the culture of Saudi Arabia is this is the norm. If you're going to go to Saudi Arabia, please expect to observe the customs of that nation, the customs of that country. Um, you must do this. This is their attire. This is what you expect. I was on the island of Bali in Indonesia, and they had some wonderful temples. And I wanted to go to these temples, and I went with an entourage, let's say 20 persons. And in our entourage, doesn't matter, there was, let's say, 8 ladies. To enter this temple,
Whoa.
the ladies had to wear not a skirt, but something that just surrounds their midsection. Okay, this extra piece of clothing. And that was the priests wanted you to do that. Now, for the ladies in the entourage, they had a very clear thing. They could enter the table at the temple wearing this covering or not. Nobody's forcing them to do that. And most of the ladies were happy to put on the, or happy or unhappy to put on the piece of clothing, and they could go and they could see the temple, and that was the end of that story. But this idea that um, uh, the hijab was forced upon the competitors, I don't like. I understand the
Ah.
Saudis' point of view. I do understand the Saudis' point of view. But at the same time, I would say to the Saudis, why do you want to host an event that will make a significant portion of your guests uncomfortable? I understand the face covering. I understand the hijab. That is your culture. But why go international? Why make it awkward for your guests, right? Now, conversely, let's do it the other way around. Let's imagine that a Saudi grandmaster wanted to come to the United States and wanted to compete in the World Blitz Championship and wanted to wear the Saudi headdress. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean, with the camel
Is that it?
ring
Okay.
and the Saudi national costume. For me, as the organizer of the Blitz tournament in New York, I say, welcome, welcome, welcome. Please, you're an ambassador for Saudi Arabia. Wear your national garb. I will be very happy, very proud. You're from Mongolia. Please wear your national garb if that makes you comfortable. I would not prohibit the sportsmen from wearing the attire that suits them best. If Magnus from Norway said, I want to wear the Norwegian national outfit, I would say, please, welcome. I am from Switzerland. I want to wear my Swiss lederhosen. Please, please, please. You get to America, and I feel uncomfortable enforcing upon you that you wear Dockers slacks. You come to America, men and women, you all wear Dockers. A little, you see where I'm saying that's fuzzy for me. Um, so I hope I made
Mm-hmm.
myself look like a hypocrite here. uh, Sometimes it's very, very hard answering these questions. It's not always a bright white line and a bright red line.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes
Mm-hmm.
it's a spectrum.
But you're generally, it sounds like, very consistent about your idea about separating artists and athletes from politics.
I absolutely,
Even
absolutely,
if even if they share their opinions, I mean, everyone's valid to their opinion, but they should be allowed to compete
no question about it.
and just
And
consistently, just yeah, just
exactly. And this idea that you have to have a political correctness or you have to have a
mm.
Western
Well, I was gonna
perspective.
Western, yeah,
Yeah, because it's very much, by the way, a Western
it is.
anti-Putin perspective that you must
Yeah,
have. And
okay.
maybe if you're from Brazil, and maybe if you're Lula from Brazil, and maybe you kind of have a little bit of a pro-Russian perspective. Are you going to ban Brazilian players because they don't, or they may support Russia? I mean, it's a quagmire. It's a slippery slope. It just don't even go there. It doesn't belong in the discussion. There shouldn't even be a discussion. And FIDE, playing the games of the United Nations, I mean, that is just wrong on so many levels. And it's not just the FIDE. I mean, it's like the Bicycling Association, right? It's every sporting
Hmm. Hmm.
association. FIFA should not be banning Russia. And by the way, wasn't it
Well, if
like 8
one
years
does,
ago
they
that
all will,
Russia
right? I mean, that's kind of how things go. Once one federation does, or one like, I mean, the pressure
dominoed?
is yeah.
Yeah.
There's gonna
But but didn't Russia host like a marvelous World Cup tournament not so many years ago, and everybody applauded, and Georgia played, or Croatia, sorry, I think it was Croatia, played a phenomenal tournament and got to the finals and blah blah blah. And
2018.
everybody, yeah, and everybody was applauding Russia for their brilliant hosting. Now suddenly, they're outlawed. Crazy. I mean, America could have been outlawed for a number of, I would say, gaffes, horrible, horrible mistakes. And we can start with Vietnam. Um,
Yeah.
is a terrible war that was incredibly destructive, not only of Vietnam, but in many ways, America itself. I mean, there was a boomerang here in the United States against the war in Vietnam, and it was a painful, painful period in American history.
But yeah, so even like in 2025, so Russian players should be allowed to compete, but represent their country instead of having the FIDE. It should be,
Absolutely.
yeah, yeah. You're saying that it should be, yeah. Because we saw the top
Uh,
three of the Rapid was three Russian players, right?
which was hilarious, right?
It was very impressive.
And they're playing under the Olympic flag.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, no,
By
that's,
the way,
yeah. That's,
by the way, and I think it's not an important point. It shouldn't be an important point. However, I will emphasize this point when we talk about sportsmen, when we talk about chess, and we talk about Russians. Stop. What federation, if not the Russian Federation, has been more prominent in the world of chess for the last friggin' 60 years than Russia? Russia has given us women's champions, junior champions, world champions. They have been the leaders. They have been the top players in the world. I think I think at one time, I could be wrong. Please do check my math. But at one time, I there were four players. If I get this right, there were four players in the world's top 50, and they were Ulf Anderson, Jan Timman, Lubomir Lebojevic, and me. Four in the top 50. The other 46 players were Soviets.
no, absolutely, yeah.
Like Russia has done more for chess, has had more great players, has more great world champions than any other chess federation, and let's ban the Russians. Okay. Even if they had been the worst chess federation, and they didn't have all of these chess players, then they didn't have first, second, and third in the world rapid, uh, they shouldn't be ostracized. But the fact that they've been such a successful country in chess, and they have done more for chess than any other federation, and let's ban them? I mean, who was the genius that came up with that decision? That's stupid. That's like shooting yourself in your foot. Uh,
Well, it
I
is the
would
Western viewpoint. Pretty
correct,
unanimous, right?
and it's a unit, and
Yeah.
but I'm not saying I'm the only Westerner that thinks like this.
No,
I
absolutely.
don't live in a void. I understand. And there are many, many, many people who think like me, but their voices have been just ignored and then canceled, and that's fine. I don't expect that my viewpoint changes anybody's viewpoint, but what I would hope is that somebody would listen to Paul Simon and say, look, the reason Paul Simon went to South Africa was I hope to achieve this. And he did. And he was he was, cut into 1,000 pieces.
But chess players aren't doing that though. Like we're just doing it for ourselves, right? If we make those, we're trying to make some money. Like
Of
it's not
course.
even with the example you're giving sounds like a little deeper thinking, like in trying to help. Most chess
Right.
players are criticizing. We're just mercenaries, kind of like going
Yeah,
for the
we're trying to
check,
survive.
trying to
That's
survive.
exactly
Yeah, yeah.
right. And we're trying to make a living and do the best for the families that we can. Okay, so there was a guy, we're going to call him Rostropovich, okay? So Rostropovich was a conductor in the Soviet Union, and he was lauded as one of the greatest conductors in the world. Not when he lived in the Soviet Union. He was lauded as one of the greatest conductors in the world when he left the Soviet Union and became a defector, right? Like, like when he was a Soviet living in the Soviet Union, nobody in the West gave a damn, could care less, right? Or maybe a grudging admiration. Hey, that guy's really, 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 really good. I mean, I went to a Moscow ballet, opera, and that guy Rostropovich, man, he's pretty damn good. No, when he came to the United States and when he became the lead conductor for the DC Symphony, his name exploded. Now he was beatified. He was canonized as, like one of the great outspoken dissidents of the Soviet Union, which he was. So again, it's this political, his image changed 180 degrees when he aligned himself with the Western point of view. And he's passed away. I got a chance to meet him in Buenos Aires, and
Very cool.
yeah, he was a very,
Played the cello, according to someone in the
yeah,
chat. Yeah.
yeah, he was an extraordinary person just in life.
But were you saying
Okay.
he was ignored and that people just wouldn't admit he was good because of where he came from? Was that
Yeah, of
probably it?
course. And he's
Yeah.
behind the Iron Curtain to begin with. I mean,
Yeah.
come on. I mean, now everything I just said, compare that with what was going on in the Soviet Union. In the Soviet Union, when he defected, when he left, the Soviet authorities tried to tear up his name and say, like this guy is a dirty, rotten scumbag. He was skillfully trained in the Soviet Union. We made this man who he was. He was a child, a baby born, and thanks to the Soviet state, we created a great, great talent. And what's our reward? He defects and he becomes a criminal according to the Soviet state law. I mean, he's a criminal. So this criminal is a scumbag. He's gone. Again, this is 180 degrees. When he was in the Soviet Union, when he was doing performances, the Soviet authorities loved him. The Western ignored him. When he became, a defector, the West thought he was the greatest thing since sliced bread, and the Soviets thought he was a scumbag. Okay, so this East versus West political rivalry. I'm saying you got to put the politics, put a lid on it. Let's transcend that world we live in, and let's the sportsmen, let the musicians, let the philosophers, let the artists and others in that belong there. Let the scientists um, become ambassadors of the world, and do not cripple them. Do not bandage them and tie them up and do not ostracize them and do not boycott them. And again, whatever nation you come from, you must have that freedom. And those people, those, wow, what can I say? These masterful minds, male and female, let's applaud them. Let them show their skills and why we should be applauding them. I'll tell you a quick story, very, very, very quick story, and
I
then
like stories, Yasser.
yeah. Um, you heard me talk about Ted Turner
Yes.
and the Goodwill Games. Well, Seattle. Seattle hosts the Goodwill Games. And this is great. Oh, this was like tremendous. I love the Goodwill Games when they came to Seattle. More or less, let's call it 1990. And Bob Walsh, who was the chairman of the Seattle Goodwill Games and a close personal friend, had a lot of cultural events that went along with the Goodwill Games. So one of the cultural events was that Seattle hosted a candidates match between Anatoly Karpov and Johan Hjartarson from Iceland. So from Iceland versus Soviet, these two great grandmasters. So the Icelandic delegation came and the Soviet delegation came, and I was more or less, let's say, the chaperone, and not the tournament director or anything like that, but the players had me. They could come to me with any issues. And the match was played, and it was really, really a fun match. And I enjoyed everything about it. So in those days, we had uh, not, I'm going to call it a goodwill visit. So the idea was that the competitors could come to Seattle and just check things out. So, at the expense of the organizers, Karpov was invited to come to Seattle and check out the playing hall, if you will. And Talia and Natalie, Karpov's wife, came to Seattle, and I was their chaperone, and I took them around. I had a lot of fun with Anatoly and Natalie. And Bob, I would visit Bob in the morning and we would chit chat about this, that, the other thing, more or less over breakfast, and I'd go out and do my thing. So we're having breakfast, and Bob slides like, I don't know, like 4 tickets across the table and says, here are some tickets. And I go, what are these? And he goes, the Moscow Circus. The Moscow Circus is in town. So one of the cultural exchange programs was that we sent to the Soviet Union, gosh knows what, as a cultural exchange program, but the Bolshoi Ballet and the Moscow Circus were a couple of the cultural exchange programs that came to Seattle, and the Moscow Circus was playing this evening in Seattle, and he's passing me these tickets, and he's saying, take your girlfriend and take Natalie and Karpov out to the Moscow Circus. I said, stop. Come on. What are you talking about? They live in Moscow.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
they
they
could
see
see
this.
the
They can.
Moscow Circus any day or night. Get out of here. They're not going to be interested. He says, well, keep the tickets anyway, and give them to your friends. Fine. I'll find somebody who wants them. Great. So I go and pick up the Karpovs, and they're the Sheraton just up the street from where Bob's office was. And I go pick them up, and I go, Talia, you wouldn't by any chance be interested in visiting the Moscow Circus, would you? And goes, yeah, the Moscow Circus. Are you kidding? We'd love to go. I was like, what? We live in Moscow and we've never made it to the Moscow Circus. And we keep telling each other, Natalie and I, we keep telling each other we should go to the Moscow Circus. We never went to the Moscow Circus. I said, seriously? He goes, yeah, we'd love to go. I was like, damn, okay. Just a second. Let me go to the lobby here. I got to give Bob a call. Bob, we're going to come to the Moscow Circus. And he's really enthusiastic. He said, well, in that case, bring him to the VIP lounge before the Moscow Circus begins. I go, where's that? He goes, well, here and there. I go, okay, okay. So, okay, the show starts at 6, but at 5, we got to go to this VIP lounge because Bob wants to introduce you to some of the sponsors. Talia's absolutely fine. Cool.
Mhm.
Okay. So at 5 o'clock, we go to this VIP, well, lounge, whatever. I mean, it was really a kind of a get together, informal gathering of a lot of the movers and shakers that made the entire Goodwill Games possible. And I'm just kind of schlepping the Karpoffs around introducing this person. Not that I knew the persons that I was introducing them to, but at least he was feeling comfortable. So I'm introducing him to the various sponsors and whatnot and so forth. And Bob pulls me aside and he says, okay, yes. At the Moscow Circus, we're going to have the Soviet, we're going to open the show with the Soviet national anthem and then the US anthem. And then I'm going to come on to the mic and I'm going to go blah, 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 blah. And I want to introduce Anatoly Karpov. And what I want you to tell him is he's got to stand up and then sit down. That's it. I go, what? He goes, well, and we're going to introduce the Karpovs. And I said, oh my God, you know, please, please. Yeah, I'm begging you, don't do that. He says, why? I said, well, nobody in Seattle ever heard of Anatoly Karpov, the world chess champion. Uh, he's not going to get the applause that the national anthems got. It's just,
It's gonna be
it's going
awkward
to
silence.
embarrass the guy. Please, whatever you do, don't do it. Please, Bob, I'm begging you, don't do it. I mean, you don't have to do it. Nobody even knows he's in the damn audience. Please, don't do it. Yes, you're wrong, says Bob Walsh. I'm gonna do it.
Okay.
And you gotta tell him to stand up. I'm like, you know,
Yeah.
you crap for brains. Okay, so
You gotta listen
we
to
go.
Bob.
Yeah. So we go, we leave, we walk to the Key Arena where the Moscow Circus is playing, and I am not kidding. I've never had seats like this in my life. We are literally under we're on the tarmac, we're underneath the netting for the trapeze artists, the high wire and the flips, and they fall on the netting. The net is right above our heads. We have prime seats. So I say to Karpov, who's sitting right next to me, I said, okay, what's going to happen was going to play the Soviet national anthem. We're going to play the US national anthem. Bob Walsh is going to come on, address the audience. He wants you to stand up and sit down. Okay, fair. Okay, so everything I said took place. Soviet national anthem comes on, is completed. And I got to tell you, I'm very proud of the Seattle audience. They gave it a good cheer. They didn't boo or dismiss it
Mhm.
or anything
Mhm.
like that. They were very, very more than cordial and more than polite. They were warm. Comes the US anthem. Man, boy, double the
USA.
applause
USA.
for the Soviet anthem, a lot of foot stomping as well. It was pretty good. Then comes Bob Welsh. He talks about the Goodwill Games, the vision of Ted Turner, how great this is. Thank you for our sponsors, and one very special guest in the audience. You can't believe it. But please give a rousing Seattle warm welcome to chess grandmaster Anatoly Karpov, former world champion and one of the greatest chess players in the world. We are proud to have Anatoly with us tonight. Boom! Total blackout. Everything goes black. A beam of light. I mean, I tell you, this was a laser light because it came and it hit my leg, and it was like I could see this part of my leg, but not see that part of the leg. It was a barbecue effect on my leg. Boom! The spotlight hits Anatoly. He stands up, does a short little wave like this, sits down, and the audience goes nuts. Oh my God. The audience goes absolutely wild. I rabid. I just can't understand what happened. The applause is deafening. The people are stomping their shoes on the bleachers. They're making as much noise as they possibly can.
Hmm.
And this goes on for quite some time until things calm down and Bob could get back to doing his emceeing. Karpov, at the end of the applause, he looks at me in utter disbelief. Like, he looks at me and he goes, wow, that was amazing. I didn't realize how popular chess is in Seattle. I said, welcome to my city.
Your lucky day. The crowd
Your
showed up.
city, of course.
They just
Seattle,
wanted to
what did you
celebrate
expect?
something. Seattle.
Seattle, man.
You liquored everyone
Now,
up. They were all rowdy.
now, what was very interesting, if, please, to my audience, to our audience, to you, Eric, if you ever, and I mean if you ever get the opportunity to go to the Moscow Circus, please go.
Hmm.
It was a brilliant performance. Wow. It was great, man. And the clowns were on a different level of artistry. It was genius. It was absolute sheer, it was magic. It was really a great evening.
And you just thought it was a nice example of a cultural exchange and a recognition
Yeah,
of.
but that's not the end of the story.
Mm.
Everything you just said is correct. Somehow, somewhere, one moment or another, Bob Walsh, he manages to find Talia and I and Natalie, comes and he whispers in my ear. He says, Yaz, at the end of the performance, when the show is over and people all go, they're going to put a buffet, open food buffet and bar for all the VIPs and the dignitaries of the Goodwill Games to come. Could you bring the Karpovs and don't take them home immediately? I said, of course, of course. I said to Talia, look, after this is going to be a smorgasbord that we get to enjoy. Yeah, okay, that's great. That's great. Now, and this is very, very important. I really mean to emphasize this. Everything I just described happened. So all of these sponsors, the hoi polloi of Seattle, all the rich people, the politicians, the mayor, the governor, Governor Booth Gardner, are all there. The performers in the Moscow Circus had heard Bob Walsh's opening speech and had heard that Anatoly Karpov was in the audience. Now they came out with their animals, with their costumes, and they gravitated to Karpov and to a person. They all asked him in Russian, could they take photos together? And of course, he agreed. So the next thing you know, I'm being edged out of the way.
Yeah, the
Because,
Russians are taking their
I
photo.
don't
Yeah.
know, performers with monkeys and, the clowns all come and they take their photos with the Karpovs. This goes on and on throughout. I'm trying to munch and eat and drink as much as I can. I'm a chess player, surviving as best I can. Free food, free drinks. What can I do? And all of the sponsors are looking and seeing what's going on. And the very fact is that the Moscow performers knew Anatoly Karpov's name and they wanted photos with him. The next thing I know is Bob Walsh is coming to me and saying, could you organize and let the Karpovs have a photo with this person or another? And he says to me, Governor Booth Gardner would like to meet the Karpovs. I said, no problem. So I brought the Karpovs over to Booth Gardner and his wife. And Booth Gardner, who I'd never met in my life, he's the governor of Washington State. He said, "Yes, thanks for bringing the Karpoffs over." And boom, 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 every handshake. And they just had a conversation that lasted, I'm not joking, like 5 minutes. I mean, Booth Gardner was really sociable, and he really made the Karpoffs feel very, very welcome, even though they were from the evil Soviet Union, right? The
Hmm.
evil Soviet Union, who had just invaded Afghanistan and blah, 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 blah. Okay. So, end of story. Afterwards, I drove the Karpoffs home. I dropped them off at the Sheraton. And as I was dropping them off, I said, Anatoly, I really want to thank you for the evening tonight. And he says, "What are you talking about?" And I said, "Well, you met all of these sponsors, and Bob Walsh was very happy, and you met the governor of Washington State, and the governor was very, very happy." And he said, "Well, who's the governor?" And I explained to him that Governor Booth uh, was personally responsible for something like, let's say, a $30 billion a year annual budget of Washington State. And the 30 billion just hit Karpoff. And he went, "Oh, he's serious."
Yeah, yeah.
I go, "Yeah, he's very serious." And we laughed, and that was the end of the story. The complete end and finish and everything like this. Now comes the next morning. It's Bob Walsh. I go and have breakfast, and we're both like, I don't know, coffee, like, and I had come into his office, and I'm not kidding. Bob was wearing a smile like the Cheshire Cat, because he had insisted on introducing the Karpoffs, whereas I was absolutely
Hmm.
opposed to the Karpoffs being introduced. I saw disaster.
Yeah, yeah. Disrespect
And
to the world champion.
right. And it turned out to be, better
Mm.
than Bob ever imagined. So he was wearing, and he's going like this. "You see, I told you. You see, you could learn something. And he's really rubbing my nose in it. And I'm like, "Coffee. You're right. You're right. You're right." So I'm taking my licks. And when he's done, and I said, "Well, in any case, thanks for the $5." And then I'm sipping my coffee. "About $5? Well, what are you talking about?" "Yeah, yeah, yeah. You know what I mean. Thanks for the fiver, I call it." "No." "What fiver? What are you talking about?" I said, "Last night." He said, "Well, what happened last night?" I said, "Well, Booth Gardner." "Well, what about Booth Gardner?" "Booth Gardner wanted me to introduce him and his wife to the Karpoffs." He goes, "Yeah, and you did." I did. And I said to Booth, "Give me $5 and I'll make the intros." Bob Walsh turned completely white. The mullet just drained out of his
Oh
face.
yeah, you.
And he reaches back in his chair and he said, You didn't ask Booth Gardner for $5. Like, the state of Washington is giving $170 million for the staging of the Goodwill Games." I said, "I did not ask
You just had to get him back. Messed with
But
him.
he was horrified by the prospect that I had
Yeah, $5 and you get a
for
milli.
five
Yeah, a little
bucks.
side business for the chess GM.
Hey, I got to get ahead. You got to pick your spots,
Yeah,
Eric.
yeah.
Um, that whole
Monetize.
Goodwill Games, by the way, was fabulous. It was fantastic. I really don't know if it went national or international. I know in Seattle, the turnout was incredible. The you got to see the Soviet athletes competing against the American athletes and the race. I mean, the ticket sales were fantastic. I just don't know. Ted Turner, he had his politics. Maybe Ted Turner's politics didn't work well in New York City and Los Angeles, our two biggest media markets at the time. But I just can tell you as a Seattleite those were amazing days. They were just really, really wonderful and enjoyable. And these cultural programs, and of course, okay, the chess championship between Karpov and Yartis, and Anatoly Karpov won his match against Johann, by the way. Um, and he continued, that is to say, Karpov continued in his quest, uh, made me realize how important cultural exchanges between nations are. Now, again, at that time in 1990, you'd be hard pressed to find two more embittered foes than the Soviet Union and the United States. You literally had adults in the United States that grew up in absolute hatred of the Soviet Union, uh, and the absolute hatred for communism as a political system. So you had people, we could call them cold warriors, if you will, that literally every fiber of their being hated the Soviet state and hated communist nations. And so this idea that these two embittered rivals would have a cultural exchange that was embraced by the people of Seattle. Like we had been literally told better dead than red, right? And suddenly we had these ballerinas, these clowns, these chess grandmasters giving us a perspective of the Soviet life that nobody in America had ever seen, right? All we knew was communist bad. So it was an awakening. It was like, we need more of this, not less. We need a whole lot more. And the crazy part, I'll leave this final story. Guess who married a Russian lady? Bob Walsh.
Yeah. Yeah. That was an awakening for him as well. He
Exactly.
watched the circus and he's like, oh.
Right. Oh, by the way, during that match, we had a group of youngsters, boys and girls, who traveled from the Soviet Union to Seattle. And including the boys was Vladimir Kramnik. I think he was 14 or 15 years old, Peter Svidler, Sergei Tivyakov, and a lot of other talented Russian boys. And from the girls, we had all of these top, the best of the best of the best. They came to Seattle and destroyed the Seattle chess scene. And they were marvelous ambassadors for themselves and for their nation. And my friend Arnie Garcia, Green Man, you remember Green Man,
We
right?
do.
He has this enormous home and he hosted a party for both the Icelanders and the Soviets. So you got to imagine a very, very big house, 6,000 square feet and more, many bedrooms, many bathrooms, a bar, pool room, and a rec room. And all of these grandmasters and chess friends from the Seattle area come to Arnie's home. And I was playing chaperone for a lot of people. And the Soviets sent a special van for the boys and girls, to come. And all of these Soviet girls marched out, and they were like 14 to 16, let's say. They marched into Arnie's
March.
home with a babushka.
Yes. Oh, yes. The babushka chaperone.
I mean, this babushka, this woman, there must be a special training school for these women because they have the upside down smile, a constant scowl, right? Capitalist running dogs. Look how they live, and so forth and so on. Anyway, the boys and girls are having a marvelous time, most especially Vladimir Kramnik. He had found the bar, most especially Peter Svidler. He had found the pool table, blah, 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 blah. Everybody's having a great time. I am not kidding. It's like 1 o'clock in the morning. And the babushka comes to me and goes, girls. I was like, what? Girls. So I started looking around. That's funny. No Taya. Like, where are the girls?
Yeah.
So I went to Arnie's wife, Joyce Garcia. I said, Joyce, have you seen the girls? She like looks around. She's like, gosh, I thought they left an hour ago. Like, no, the babushka's right here. And, there's no girls. Well, let's walk around. So there's a huge home. We're trying to find the girl. Joyce goes, I know. Of course. She has two daughters, Joyce does. And they had a bedroom that they had, it was a playroom. And this bedroom was filled from floor to ceiling, bookshelves full of stuffed animals. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So she comes to the door of the playroom, and the babushka's right behind me. And Joyce very quietly opens the door and looks inside, peeks inside, and all of the girls, the greatest Soviet talents ever assembled, were there on the floor playing dolls with all of these stuffed animals and squealing with the light. So I looked in, smiled. The babushka, crazily enough, first smile of her life. She couldn't help but smile. And we closed the door. That's it. End of story. We walk away. The girls are safe. I go to Arnie and I say, Arnie, you're not going to believe this. So I told him the whole story I just said. He says, well, okay, you go tell the girls that they can choose one and only one animal as a gift from the host. Okay. So I go up and I do that. Ladies, you each get to choose one and only one animal. So I don't know, half an hour later, the van arrives and you have all of these girls marching out with a 3 foot
Stuffed animal.
stuffed animal as they're proudly marching their way to their van to take them to their hotel. And it was just a sight to behold.
Very wholesome.
Yeah, it was hilarious, hilarious. Now we advance about another 90 minutes. It might be 3 o'clock in the morning. And now the Icelanders are finally done. And they're toasted. They're gone. And they're saying the final good nights to the Garcias. I'm going to stay with Arnie. I think I also was a little roasty. They're saying their final good nights. I kid you not. And there is my dear friend Margar Peterson, Grandmaster Margar Peterson, who played, by the way, in my World Junior Championships. And to that moment, he's shaking the hand of Joyce and says, "Thank you. Thank you for the evening. It was really wonderful. In fact, it was delightful. Thank you so much." And Margar turns and he opens the door. He goes in, closes the door. He thought he was walking out the front door. He wasn't. He was walking into the closet. He walked directly into the closet and he closed the door behind him. And now we're all laughing because the front door is obviously there. He's not. So we're laughing, and 10 seconds has gone by. We're laughing. We're still laughing. But the door doesn't open back. He doesn't, sheepishly, walk out. Oops, I took a right when I meant to take a left. No, 20 seconds go by, 30 seconds go by. We're still laughing, but he hasn't come out of the closet. So eventually I can't stand the tension anymore. I open up the closet door and he's fast asleep. I mean, he is gone. The Icelanders, they didn't even say anything. They just grabbed his arms and
Yeah,
legs
procedure. Just procedure.
into the car.
Uh,
He's out the door. But I just love this idea that he was the perfect gentleman. Just imagine his struggle to stay awake, to be conscious, because
yeah, it's training.
like in 3 seconds he was out cold.
His last stand was being polite and thanking the host.
A gentleman to the last drop. I
Mm,
love Margire. That was like hilarious. All of these stories that I'm just telling you have occurred in so many tournaments I've played in around the world, all around the world. And normally speaking, even in New York, uh, where there are controversies, people will walk away from those events in New York, the Rapid and chess, having their own stories.
hmm
Okay. Even those spectators who joined the protest to wear jeans in the Blitz. They have their stories to say, like, I supported Magnus Carlsen. Well, how did you do that? I wore jeans. Oh, that's great. Like
Yeah.
all of those spectators, all of those players uh, had different experiences, good, bad, but I am telling you, um, they impact our lives, right? And mostly for the positives. Now, we were talking about those chess grandmasters who, you know, $3,000 on the hotel rooms. Hotel rooms in New York are crazy expensive. 6 nights, $500,
Yeah.
uh travel, add some money, food, there's a big bill, and you're not guaranteed a prize.
Definitely
So
not.
we know that there's going to be different experiences, but I'm just saying that some tournaments, some events are so special, we'll never forget them. I don't know what it was like for you playing in your first Olympiad, Eric, but I'm sure that the memories are uh
Oh yeah.
and
Oh no, the
there.
Olympiads were special for sure.
Exactly, exactly, exactly. As we tidy things up here, it's getting late, my time. Give the audience a chance. Have you been keeping track with the chat, what they
I've been
found?
listening to you, yeah, sir. I've followed the chat, but we've only had a short session, so I've just been focused on the
Right,
stories.
right. Uh, I'm sure my political views of allowing chess grandmasters, allowing Sergei Karyakin to play didn't go over very well. But once again, I mean, I want to say to people, think about it. Think about what you're doing. Uh, Restricting, preventing, stopping artists, sportsmen from doing their craft, from uplifting the world. Think about it. It's wrong.
Yeah, no, that's one to think about. It just yeah, I mean, it also gets to it can get to the category depending on who, it's emotional for some right? It can affect them personally and whether you're yeah, maybe the country being
It is.
invaded. I mean, it's like I but yeah, I guess even what you mentioned, your story about the Goodwill games, it was kind of like you'd already traveled a bit by then, but I think
Of
part of the reason
course.
you wanted to share that story was that at the time, essentially, an American could kind of grow up in a bubble of the media and how you were taught in school, and the point was that wasn't really quite the case. I mean, there's beautiful people, stories, talents everywhere, and that like kind of what people were taught or shown wasn't really, it's much more nuanced than that, right? And there's
Yeah,
a lot to offer.
we had a joke in America at the time I was naturalizing and becoming a U.S. citizen. We had a joke that the FBI would interview a new applicant to become a citizen with the questions, two very important questions. Are you now, or have you ever been, a member of the Communist Party? To which the correct answer, of course, was no. And then the follow-up question was, are you now, or have you ever been, a friend of a Canadian? Canada system was considered almost communist. You had the social the social nettings, if you will, that bordered on socialism. And
They
it
might have
was a great.
to re-add that question, by the way. They might have to add that question back.
Yeah, exactly. Because at that time, in fact, truth be told, Vancouver, BC, I was living in Seattle. Vancouver, BC hosted a lot of chess players, and they were really, really, really strong. They would come down and we would call them the Northern Raiders. The Canadians would come and sweep up the prize monies. They had Duncan Settles, Peter Biasis, Bruce Harper, Jonathan Berry, Nigel Mad Dog Fulbrook. I mean, just Seth Taylor, Gordon Taylor. Uh, uh, oof. Dan Scoons.
Yes.
Ooh,
Oh, that's a long
Dan.
list of names. Oh, yeah. Jeez.
Yeah, yeah.
Some
And
throwbacks.
they were all master players and really, really good. And I was a struggling class player, so I really admired them, especially Bobo. Bobo Biasis, Peter Biasis, he was
Bobo.
something incredible. And Robert Zook, Bob Zook was another person that really stood out as, well, teacher. In some ways, I just learned so much from these Canadians. So fortunately, they didn't ask me that question as I got naturalized because I would have had to say yes. And who
Yes.
knows, I could have
You've
been
had a lot
kicked out
of
of the country.
exposure to Canadians.
Um, Dude, Eric, it's good, always good to chit chat with you. It was 2 years ago that I went to Toronto, and a couple of years before that, I'd gone to Calgary. Um,
And then Montreal before that.
yeah, and Montreal, I remember going. I went from like 70-degree weather. It was around Thanksgiving to like 22 degrees in Montreal. I mean, my enthusiasm for life took a
Uh,
nosedive. Montreal and
we can find somewhere warm, but yeah, we're due for a Yasser appearance.
well, there you go. I mean, uh, it's been a while. Give my best to Aman. Tell him, like, I think with his help, I made a survivor record on the puzzle rush into the 70s.
He's
Uh,
down for another session.
that's what I'm talking. That's what I'm talking. Good, 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 good. And how's Dylan?
He just dropped by. Yeah, yeah, he's good. He's here. He's here. He's chilling.
Wow. Great. I mean, great cook, by the way, Dylan.
Yes.
Yes. So we're going to sign off. Any final thoughts, final questions? Are we good?
Well, people could ask you more, Yasser, but then we'll be here for a while longer. Once you start asking final thoughts or questions, the questions will come in.
Cool. Uh, how's your game? I mean, seriously,
I haven't played too much. I played
that's
one
my
tournament last
question.
year. My chess hasn't been so good. Um, haven't been particularly motivated, I'd say, but I'm still following what's happening and didn't play too much online or I didn't really play in person. So it's I'm enjoying watching the games and reading a bit, but
Right.
playing is tougher. It's getting tougher and tougher. Like the level of chess is dramatically r- risen and gotten harder. I've really felt with the new generation.
I
So
will agree wholeheartedly with everything you just said. I enjoyed very much watching, and I see, I mean, these new players emerging, and I'm not just talking about the kids from India, but Muzan, the player who just outperformed in the World Rapid, I never heard of him
He
before. It was
beat me
like,
in Moscow, and he could
wow.
hardly sit in the chair. So I was like, I don't lose to kids too often. I even when they're like a new GM, I can still be beating them. But he could
Right.
hardly sit in the chair. He looked like he was 10 years old, and I just played a terrible game, and he punished me pretty efficiently, and I was like so distraught. I looked up after, and he was actually like 13 or 14 instead of 10, but very professional, well-dressed kid, but I thought he was like 9 or 10. And then here we
Wow.
go now, Merzen, like just very impressive level throughout the whole event. Very consistent, good
Wow.
positions, good play. Didn't wasn't in trouble very much, and just like very, yeah, yeah. Like I,
Yeah.
I wasn't super surprised because I have played him in person and played him online, but like you're
Wow.
not going to see these cases as often, because maybe the players can't travel easily. Some of the stuff we talked about, but there's still
Right.
talent there, and yeah, that was an absolutely incredible performance.
Truly. And, literally hats off. And when you think about him in particular, and you think about Russia being excluded from events, and, they've always had a lineup. Their bench is deep, right?
Hmm.
I mean, the joke was that when the Soviets were winning gold medals, the Soviets could field three teams and win gold, silver, and bronze, uh, and this idea that they can't play, that we restricted them and we won't allow them to play. It's sad. They're very, very, so very wrong. Anyway, I just want to say a quick shout out to each and every one who's managed to get through this uh, chat. Thank you to for supporting the Chess Bras. They're my favorite go-to streamers. I've always enjoyed
Mm.
Aman and Eric. I make a lot of fun with them in the chat. So that is me, by the way, when I'm on the chat and
When
I'm
you're
I'm
saying,
poking them.
yeah,
So do your best to support the channel. Make sure it's going to be here for the next 10 years. And Eric, I'll make you a promise, man. Next time you're in town, let's get together.
I'm due for a visit, and I also have to check in Mizzou because I sent Aryan there,
Yes.
and so I need to check in on the lad.
Oh, very, very
Yeah,
good. Oh, actually, now that I think about it, I don't think Mizzou
they
qualified. They
did,
just
they
had the Pan
did,
Ams.
they did not.
SLU qualified two teams from Texas as well, and Webster.
That's right.
Yeah. So, so Tari did did
I
did
get
he perform? Like, how
n
did he do?
no, but
No.
I think the whole team didn't. I'm not sure.
Okay, I got one last question for you. Then I'm going to sign off and say goodbye. How is our good buddy Robin? Robin
Saw
Van Kemp.
Robin in New York. He didn't want to play either. He's doing well. He's doing well. We went to a wedding in Japan together for another friend, David, who I feel like you've met before, but it was in
Yeah,
Montreal.
David,
Dave the Legend, we called him.
David the Legend.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
he got married in Japan. That
fantastic.
was a nice wedding. We went to Vancouver for another friend. And I've
Great.
seen him a couple times. I've gone to visit New York. He's doing well. He's still working towards that finance goal, that you set for him.
Terrific. Yeah,
But yeah, he's totally out of chess.
yeah. Oh, okay.
But he's
Uh,
doing well. He's doing well. It's always good. Nice.
yeah.
He's got a nice
Oh,
Canadian partner.
oh, good. For the chat audience, there was a billionaire, a Dutch billionaire, Joop van Oostrum, who was a benefactor for Dutch chess. He supported Dutch chess a great deal. The Melody Amber tournaments he was very famous for, the Rising Stars versus Professors events. And he sponsored a lot of events in Holland, including the Dutch Chess League. He passed away. And as I explained to Robin, nature abhors a vacuum. And so somebody has to take the place of Joop van Oostrum. So I said to Robin, you're under strict orders to become a billionaire so you can support Dutch chess in the future. And Robin said, well, I very reluctantly accept
Well, I don't know if it'll be Netherlands. Maybe it'll be Canada. Maybe it'll be the U.S. We'll see. We'll
Hey,
see. I'm
look,
trying to fight for him for Canada. But yes,
exactly,
yes,
exactly. Eric, good to see you, my friend.
yes. Let's connect again. It's been too long.
Absolutely.
But thank you for your
Hey,
time.
somebody just uh,
We did get some subs. We got 10 from Dude Process, 10 from Quantity Sufficient.
thank you.
They were
Shout out.
enjoying your time, and we
Yeah,
appreciate that.
my pleasure. Yeah,
Some
yeah, yeah,
people
yeah,
were
yeah.
here for the full 5.5 hours, Yasser.
No way, dude. I
You
told you
spoke
one to
longer than
six.
Kramnik.
Oh, well, we'll leave that to
We
next time.
can. I was gonna ask you, but I was gonna save
Vladimir
it
and
for
the
next
cheating.
time. We can talk about another time.
Absolutely. Eric, signing off.
Have a good.
A
Thank you,
pleasure.
Yasser. Really appreciate it.
Of course, my pleasure. Bye bye, everyone. Good night.
Good night. Take care.
Good night.